We should be live.
Let's see. I'm just reloading. And I guess we are live. Hello, everyone.
Hello. You know what? I'm gonna get
How's it
shirts.
going, everyone?
Yeah. My name's
Gonna get
Cal,
shirts.
and this is my co-host, Tony Down Under.
Hi. Hi, guys. I'm here.
So, what was it? I'm gonna get shirts made, Tony. And
Oh,
you
we're
know,
getting shirts made.
yeah. And it's gonna have, there's gonna be an area called the furry closet, and you're gonna be pulled into there, and Dax is gonna drag your ass in.
Oh, fuck you, Cal. You're an asshole. But yeah, based on the title, you probably know what we're going to do. My favorite subject is James Bond, but Cal's got a review that he wants me to react to. So yeah, fun times, fun times.
Yeah, you're gonna like a couple of these videos, Tony. You're gonna be like,
Oh,
it's gonna be like,
it's gonna be totally great. I'm gonna love it. Yay, Cal. Thank you.
it's gonna be like, you know that meme cinema? That's what it's gonna be. Just like pure cinema.
Oh, goody.
So, like, what's been up with you, Tony? We'll do like a little bit of talking about that before we go into
Honest,
the.
honestly, nothing much. A lot of family stuff has popped up, so I haven't really been doing. I've been unable to do streams, so I've just been uploading some segments. Pretty much just upload them as is. I would. I'm probably gonna get back into streaming regularly this week if I can. Probably going to be doing a podcast with well, it's been announced on his channel so I can say it, but essentially me and Espiritu, another YouTube content creator from South Australia, we're going to be doing a podcast on Tuesday nights, so that's 12 a.m. ACST on Tuesday, and that will go couple hours, maybe 3, don't know exactly how long, but we're just going to be reacting and talking about like anime stuff. Pretty much going to be an anime podcast. Just, shooting the shit and love having an appreciation for anime. That's pretty much what's been going on. What about you, Cal?
I've just been playing a little bit of Witchfire. I might actually do a stream for that shit. I've been
Nice.
rerunning through Blasphemous because I didn't get the worst ending in the game, so I've been running through that.
Fair enough. Yeah, no, fair enough.
I
I
do
get
want to
that.
do
I
a
get that.
stream of like Witchfire, the new update. So,
Okay. All right.
and we also gotta like do a co-op stream for that. Fuck, what's that? What's the game that I've been playing? Shit, I should know this. I should fucking know this. Fuck, what is it called? Let me just put on the reaction pic for this. Um, fuck. Dear Lord, I should know this. Oh, my bad. Mistfall Hunter. I've been playing Mistfall Hunter.
Okay.
You know the titty game. You know the titty
Oh, of
souls.
course.
Yeah, Gooner souls,
Of course.
if
Yeah.
you would.
Of course, I haven't played that, so I
Not
can't
yet.
really speak to it, but it must be interesting.
Not yet.
Not yet, sure.
It's a free demo, Tony. Just download the demo. You can play co-op.
I know, but I'm just like, I already have I already have tons of games installed. I don't need another one, even if it is a demo.
Yeah. Install the demo, Tony. You also got to install the Outward 2 beta because
Yeah, I know. I've got so many. I've got so many things I need
install
to
the
like
Outward 2 beta,
download and
brother.
stuff.
I gave you a fucking code.
Okay, all right. I'm doing it now. Jeez. I was like, oh, I've been busy, and they're like, no, do it now. I'm like, okay, fine. Been busy. Fuck.
I'm gonna need that screenshot. No, I'm kidding. Yo, Tony admitted to being like a furry in our DMs. Okay, yeah, it's like
No, I did not. Fuck off. Fuck off, you cunt. Oh, I already have it installed. Yay! I'll get around to playing it.
you just go up that shit. I don't give a shit.
Yeah, probably. Oh, probably. Ugh. So, what sort of thing do you want us to react to today?
Oh, we got a lot. Yeah, it's like got fucking hell on earth to react to is what we got.
Oh, good to know. Yay. Just what I wanted to see. Huzzah.
You don't seem excited there, Tony.
Oh no, Cal, I'm over the fucking moon. I can't wait to check it out. Hooray. Yay me.
Since you did mention anime, oh boy. You know, there was one video
well,
I saw and like, you know, I didn't want you to crash out on like stream. It was what the fuck is wrong with Australian food?
Australian food's like awesome. I don't get the hate for it.
Yeah.
It's like why hate Australian food? We've got like the best food.
Now this one's just like more of a meme, but I figured we could start the show with some of these the actual video stuff like Hexed before we go into 007. And you know, the god awful fucking Shrek 5 teaser trailer. Which there we go.
But have you seen Toy Story?
I have not seen the Toy Story. Is it bad?
I haven't seen Toy Story 5 yet.
Dude, I'm gonna be honest. I'll probably see it, but I don't really want to see it.
I don't want to see it. I'm just
Dude, I'm a firm believer that series should have ended after 3, but that's just me. I think the series should have ended after fucking 3.
No. Dude, it did end at 3. What are you talking about?
Oh no, man! I thought there was a Toy Story 4 and 5. You know.
No, there wasn't. Fuck off, Cal. There's only been 3 movies. That's it. It ended. Move on. Anyway, what is the first video on the agenda?
I gotta go over to your thing and put on so you can see the screen. There you go. You see that, Tony? Thought I'd start us out light, you know, with a funny video.
Oh, okay. Cool. It's gonna be great. Cannot wait to check it out. I guess.
We're good. Is the screen showing good on you, right?
Yeah, it should be on screen. Yeah. Yep.
I just gotta set something up on my second monitor. Just 1 second. Bringing up the chat on my second monitor. We're good now. Okay.
But I am telling you right now, that motherfucker back there is not real. And you can sit on this plane
See? What
Wait.
the hell? Jesus Christ, Cal, what the fuck was that?
Oh, jeez. That's fucking funny. So, I thought I'd start us off with something funny like a meme before we get into the shit that's gonna piss you off.
Oh, yay.
You know what? I'll put on some like game footage.
A princess once.
Dude, I saw this. So in hindsight, just so people know, I actually saw this before the stream. But
Beautiful beyond.
I don't think I've seen this.
oh, you haven't seen this?
I don't think so.
Wonders of the flesh. Now,
You told me I didn't have to pause gaming videos, right?
For gaming ones, you should be fine. It's just depending on music, but if it's like music within
crawl the
game, that
earth
should be
as
fine.
her
Yeah.
demonic mass pulsated lifelessly.
I've seen images of this. I haven't. Oh, no, I think I have seen this on one of the.
Oh, you have?
On a live stream. Yeah. This was like during the horror thing or something.
Yeah.
During the Games Fest. I know there were like a ton of games that.
Yeah, they showed like more footage
Oh,
than they did at the Game Festival.
Nah, it looks neat. I love the 2D style. It's just so good.
Oh, dude, that is a game I am
Wait,
actually
this is
excited
what
for.
But I am telling you right.
Sorry, my bad. So before we get into everything, how do you feel
Sure.
about Berserk, Tony?
Berserk. In terms of the anime or the manga?
Either.
Also, hello, Hunty.
Hello,
So the
Hunty.
manga, I've read a little bit of it. I really enjoyed what I've read so far. I need to like properly sit down because I have like the big leather book.
Oh, you got
Of
like the
it, so I need to
omnibuses?
sit down and
Yeah.
yeah. I've got the first one. I need to sit down and like read it. In terms of the anime, I've seen the original 90s one. I really enjoyed that. I need to get the Blu-ray for that. But and then you've got like the movies that I didn't really watch. I don't really have much memories of it. And then you have like the 2016 one, which is the CGI one, and I just didn't care for it. Um, I think the creators went on to like do better stuff because they knew what they were leaning into, but their Berserk adaptation was not great.
Okay, so are you familiar with Adi Shankar?
Is that the guy who did what was it? Did he do the Castlevania
Yeah,
anime or cartoon, the Netflix one?
yeah.
He did the
Devil May Cry as
Devil May
well.
Cry,
Yes,
but
that
he
is the
also made
same.
like a bunch of fan films.
Yeah.
like he made what was it, like Power Ranger one, the Punisher one, if I remember correctly. He's done a lot of like fan sort of projects, and
That
that's
would
how he's able to like make stuff.
yeah. So since you're somewhat familiar with this, uh he wants to make Berserk.
I'm really sick of
What?
Japanese properties being
Yeah.
used and abused by Western, I won't
He
call
Oh,
wants to
Smante
do it.
Sensei?
invaders, but
Yeah.
opportunists, all because the well has dried
Nice.
up on Western properties, sadly being driven to the ground, causing purposeful failures versus accidental ones.
We
And
test
like
our
parasites,
levels.
these people are always looking for the next host to attach themselves to suck the life from, leaving it as a dried up corpse
Boost that
before
level.
moving on to the next. And it seems the next target with eyes set on it by one of the main culprits responsible for this is Adi Shankar, looking to potentially make an adaptation of one of the most beloved manga
You know,
legendary
there was a
stories to ever
time
be
where I was
written,
like,
which
yeah,
is
I think
Berserk.
he would
You
there
were
was a
saying?
time where I was like, okay. I was saying there was a time where I was like, oh, I think he could have made a good like fan projects because I really liked his Power Ranger sort of parody fan, like dark and moody one. I was like, oh, that's fun. I thought it was neat. Then he made like the Punisher short film, which was really good. I really recommend that. Which is like the cleaning one. But in terms of like his other stuff that I've seen, I'm just like not really feeling it. Like I think he made this Netflix show that was like inspired by like superheroes and shit. Like you've got like off-brand Batman, you've got like off-brand Superman who's Asian and gay, and the Lois Lane type is played by Denise Richards, who is like cheating on
So
cheating on
Hunty said, a buddy of mine loves the Netflix DMC, and we argued when I said his taste was shit.
I mean, I get that because, like, honestly, the show, I saw a little bit of the DMC show and I was like, it's not good because, like, he's made like a bunch of off-brand sort of IPs, and when he's got given access to like the mainline IPs, it's not good. It's not good. And I'm sort of glad that he made like off-brand stuff for the longest time because I was like, oh, it would be cool to see his interpretation of what do you call it? His interpretation of Power Rangers, like a darker one, but after seeing how he treated DMC and all these animated projects, I'm like, nah, I'm good. I'm good.
That's fair. Yeah, I definitely agree with you. Like he kind of fucked over a lot of this shit.
A new Berserk anime is being eyed by Netflix's Castlevania creator, Berserk equals Mine. And here, he's posted an article of himself of how he could save Hollywood. And above it, he writes,
Oh
Berserk.
my god, how he could save Hollywood. Holy
Wait,
shit.
do you see this? Tweet, Tony?
I see the fucking tweet and I see the last one. Oh my god.
Equals mine, lore equals change, guts equals Adi Shankar self-insert.
Look at him. No dignity, no manners.
Now, on behalf of Adi Shankar's undeniable rudeness fueled by a cultural narcissism, I would like to apologize out of respect for the dying memory of the exceptional, highly revered Kentaro Miura. I'm sorry that your work has to even be mentioned in this manner of blatant disrespect
I
to
know,
where it
right?
even goes beyond
Absolutely
that.
disgusting.
What do you think, Tony?
God, absolutely disgusting. I thought he made good content back in the day, and then it's just sort of like nowadays it's like, oh, it's the most edgy shit imaginable, and he's like, oh, we're sticking close to the source material. It's like, no, it's not. No, you're not. Don't lie, you
Adi
lying
might as well
bastard.
be
Don't.
posting on your grave, the type of behavior that Hollywood currently celebrates and serves as a job application, overtly stating
just
they
more
would love
Hollywood
to change
bullshit.
what Berserk is at its core, following the present pattern of destroying properties from the past, with decades of blood, sweat, and tears poured into it. And in Miura's case, I'm sure that was likely to be literal, not just an expression. To even have the attitude to suggest such a thing shows the current state of mind of these Hollywood types. They don't even try to hide their narcissism, which is narcissistic by nature, and treat these properties as a means to troll the diehard fans that built these
It's like why bother adapting something, you know? Like I remember back in the day when you were going to adapt something, you made sure you did your damnedest to like do it to the best you can make it. But like now it's like, oh, let's just change the fucking the lore. You know, let's I know I know Hunty. She says cause money. And I get that. I get that, Hunty. But it's like you would make a lot more money if you just leaned into the thing that made it popular to begin with. That is the reason why it's popular. Because like so I was watching a show the other day. I watched like one episode of it. You guys probably know it. It was on Netflix for a bit, and I was like, I'll check out the first episode. I watched Halo, the TV show. It was on Netflix. I was fucking tired. I was like, fuck it. Let's give it a whirl. I heard it's bad. I want to see how bad it is. I checked it out, and I'm like, what Halo is this? Like, this is nowhere near like what Halo is. And I'm just
Honey
thinking it's
asked
like
what one?
you would make a lot more money.
No,
Oh, I already just explained it.
Tony watched the Halo, the Halo, I think here it was on Paramount. You've
It's
obviously
on Paramount Plus still. It's
Yeah.
still on Paramount Plus. But the thing is though, is that it was so bad they sold it to Netflix in Australia.
Like,
So
fuck.
I watched it on Netflix and I was like, what is this garbage? And I'm like, you know how easy it is to make an actual Halo show? But no, we got to do our own thing. And by the time we actually get to Halo, it's season 2 and the show got canceled. So it's like, what's the fucking point?
Isn't that how shows like work in general? Don't most companies order the first 2 seasons cuz it's like
So like
Oh, so yeah, honey, I do agree with that. Hunty said Hunt holy shit. Until Dawn movie better than the series in my opinion. Oh, do you mean the Forward Until Dawn?
No, like the the Forward Until Dawn. The Forward Until Dawn series movie, Hunty. Because like if you're referring to the Until Dawn movie, like the one that
Oh no,
like
yeah,
the
she
actual adaptation of the video game?
reiterated. She said, "Yeah, Forward Until Dawn." She said, "Yeah."
Okay, because like the Until Dawn movie, like the first half of it, I enjoyed. The second half, I was like, that was terrible. That was terrible. I forgot the rest of the title. I'm sorry. No, all good, Hunty. It's just when it comes to like the Until Dawn movie, that movie, the first half of it is like enjoyable, and then the second half, I was like, what the fuck is this? This is bad.
Yeah, so like I think the movie would have done a lot better if they would have just did their other series for it, which is their Dark Pictures shit, where it's like anthologies and like different stories. I think that would have done a lot better. That's just me.
I would say like a lot of the animated movies, shows that Halo has done within the continuity is just much better than like the actual fucking Halo show. Because like that Halo show was so bad. I watched the first episode. I'm like, nah, this ain't it, Chief. I'm tapping out. This shit sucks. Bye.
I don't know, Hunty. I don't know, you know, like I can't. I don't think I could trust your opinion now. All jokes. I'm just
I
kidding.
enjoyed Final Fantasy Spirits with it. What is that? I've never seen that. Hold
You've
on.
never seen Spirits Within? It I think it got the. I might be wrong. It got the creator of Final Fantasy fired from Square Enix.
Oh, I I do know about this one. This is like the most expensive like Final Fantasy movie. And then like it didn't it like it was one of the most high expensive movies. Yeah, it was a budget of $137 million. It grossed 85 million.
Yeah, like if I remember correctly, it got the creator fired.
Yeah, because I know that it's okay, Hunty. I know that another I know a critic loves the movie. That is a very well respected critic. I think Roger Ebert really enjoyed the movie.
I thought you were gonna say Chris Stuckman,
So
but then you said respect your
no,
reviewer.
Roger Ebert. No.
Tony,
James Woods' voice acting is worth it. It's James Woods. He's great.
Tony, you just don't understand Chris Stuckman's vision, okay?
No, I do. It's shit.
It's just like I'm gonna be honest. I was a fan of Stuckman back when he did Hilariosities.
Yeah, so was I.
Yeah.
Why do you think I'm so fucking pissed off? I'm a huge fan of his. Like, I was a huge fan of his stuff. I like I watched his hilariosity videos. It's great. And then, and then he made
So
actual
Hunty
like
says, but back to Halo.
movie.
Halo Legends is a fun watch. I agree.
I
That's
haven't seen Halo Legends, but I'll
it's
take your word for it.
it's
Because
from the
there ain't no way it could be worse than the
so Halo
fucking
Legends is
TV
like
show.
a sort of anthology and like throughout the whole thing, like different stories. Um and it's by the if you have you ever seen like the Animatrix movie? Like back in the day?
Yeah, I've seen it.
It's from the same people who did that. So like yeah,
I'll have to
same
check it out
green.
then.
Yeah. So but it should probably be on Tubi, Halo Legends. Yeah, and Honey also pointed out and different animation styles. Yeah.
Properties up in the
I do
first
love it
place,
when,
behaviors
they do that.
that are prolonged by the casual fans who will tune in just because. Oh, I've heard of that franchise before. Oh, this fight looks so cool in the trailer. Let me turn my brain off.
Turn your fucking brain off.
To watch something, not
I hate
realizing how a story so beloved is being destroyed in real time before your eyes. Now, I'll admit, I'm a casual when it comes to Devil May Cry. I never played the games and have only watched the anime made back in 07, I think it was. But I could already
Yeah,
see
the original
from
anime was good.
the
The
bullshit
original
being
anime,
played with the Netflix
very good. I played a bit of the games. They're fun. I haven't played too much of them. I would like to properly get it back into
I mean,
it, but
I do know there are
I
some
will-
complaints with the Madhouse anime. Like the biggest one being that Dante didn't have his devil trigger. So but
in terms of the anime,
yeah.
well, that's an easier mission to not have the devil trigger. So, like, that's fine. It's just sort of like when you go against like the actual source material, then we got a problem.
That's true.
adaptation in some of the trailers, and nowadays I refuse to contribute my viewership in time because that alone supports this garbage. Which shows in Hollywood it's clear we don't have true creatives who can produce original stories on their own. All we have
I
is
will
leeches.
say, though, I will say, I like Johnny Young Bosch as like a voice actor, and I know it's not really great, but I do like Johnny Young Bosch. He seems like a genuine down to earth guy. I've seen some of it. I've heard his like voice acting before in animes. I think he's great. I love Johnny Young Bosch. I've seen him. I've heard him in what was it? What was the what was the game? Persona. Persona 4. I really enjoyed his performance in Persona 4, the anime. I think the dub of Persona 4 is actually really good. It's a really good anime. Um, so when I heard that he was announced as he was cast as Dante in the anime, the Netflix show, I was like, okay, that's a that's a great pick for a voice actor for Dante. But then I
See,
heard what the series was about.
I mean, it's kind of crazy though, because like he plays Nero in the games. He voices him.
So it's like a different interpretation, you know?
Yeah. So like my whole thing is like, why not just get the guy who voices Dante? Whatever.
And like props to the guy, man. He was working like so he worked on his voice acting gig while also doing cons, while also working on his own personal movie that it took like years to make. Like that is crazy. And then like to see it all paid off, and he did it like out of his own pocket. Like he did editing, he did um the directing, he did like he got help from the writing process, but it's basically his film. And he did this all while doing cons and voice acting gigs. I'm gonna be honest, I'm actually impressed with the guy.
Uh, like so, there's another voice actor that I like. Yuri Lowenthal.
Yuri Lowenthal, he's great. I like his I like him as voice actor. He's good. He's good.
He's actually in one of my favorite like JRPGs. Well, not my top, but like, you ever played Tales of Vesperia?
No, I have not. I know of the Tale series though.
You should play. You should get some of the older games. You could probably get them on sale at certain points.
I probably I know I have Tales of Arise, and I really do want to play that again because I played that like on my old PC like a little while ago, and then I stopped. Then my PC died, so I was like, fuck. But I got my new PC. I got it installed. It's like ready to go. I just been so busy.
That's true. You should get
But yeah,
dude. Dude,
I
I'm
would
going
like
to
to
be
like
fucking
you know
broke in September and October.
yeah, I totally get that. I feel broke too.
You know how many games are fucking coming out in September and October?
Probably a lot. Probably a lot.
So, like Hunty could probably. Oh yeah, Robin
Yeah.
Atkin Downs.
Oh, Robert Atkin Downs. I could like go on that's what I was trying to say earlier. I was like, I could go on like a massive like appreciation of like voice actors, because there are some really good voice actors out there that they just want to do their thing and they don't want to get into drama, and I appreciate that. Like
No, that's what
you know,
Hunty
there's a
said. She said
controversial like
Robin Atkin Downs.
yeah, like he's an amazing voice actor. And I really like him. You know, James Woods is an underappreciated voice actor. Like he's good in he's a good actor, but I will say his voice is iconic. I like what's his name? Vic Mignogna. I think he's great. He's a great voice actor. I love him.
Now, James
And
Woods
it's such a
is
shame what happened
actually
to him.
in one of my favorite John Carpenter movies. John Carpenter's Vampires.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, I do remember that. And yes, Hunty, I do know you simp for Robin. I know you simp for Robin hard.
Parasites and opportunists such as Shankar himself, contributing to more cringe millennial writing. That despite growing up with some of the best entertainment ever made, meaning millennials, my generation, we've ruined so much of it, making some of the worst shit ever made. An epiphany I recently had when looking at the current state of things compared to the past, and Adi Shankar is a prime example of this.
Honey said not as much as Cavill.
Well, I'm sure Hunty will be very excited for the new
Somebody who's only
game. What is it? The new Starfighter game, which has Henry Cavill in it.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Just so since Hunty likes Cavill so much, you do get to see him shirtless in the Highlander movie.
Oh God, why do you give her that?
Wielding a sword, by
But
the
yeah,
way.
I will say like that tweet normies equals cash, cash, cash.
Yeah.
He's not wrong there, but it's just there's things where you shouldn't just say, dude.
Hunty says, "Oh, I have plenty of gifts."
You just shouldn't like it's
Focused on numbers,
it's a
riding the
golden rule.
coattails of popular franchises, unable to produce one himself and brags about the numbers being made, but nowhere near concerned with the integrity of something and pleasing the actual fans versus the casual ones. That's like being proud of the movie Captain Marvel because it made $1 billion, but no
Yeah,
sensible person would
exactly.
ever think to mention it in the lineup of the best Marvel movies, versus Captain America Winter Soldier, which made less, but is a far more superior film in every regard, hands down.
Exactly. It's age
Berserk
like
isn't
fine
something you
wine.
just half-ass. This is a property you have to treat with
This is the one I wanted you to see, Tony. In 6 months.
That is disgusting. Fuck you, Addy, you bastard, you no respecting piece of shit. Oh my god. In 6 months, I will reimagine Berserk according to my vision. This is why no one likes you, you bastard. Fucking Hollywood types, my god, man.
extreme care. A story filled with so much depth, it will probably give Shankar
I keep
I am
pausing
the
it so we could.
franchise resurrector. Oh my god. I am the franchise resurrector.
Cat
I brought
emoji, cat
DMC to a
emoji,
new
cat
level. I
emoji.
am the greatest of all time. Oh my god. This guy.
Hunty said Duda will be furious seeing this screenshot and send it.
In terms of what? The fucking like
Yeah, just all the
it,
tweets.
okay, all right. After send me the video after this, Cal, and I'm just gonna like send it to Duda
Yeah, well.
and say from regards from Hunty. Cause like I'm reading
Vertigo
this and I'm like, this is not good.
You could just put it cows, cows just pissing on your day. There you go. With best regards.
the second he even attempted to handle an adaptation of it. As he's written on X, he sees Berserk as something that belongs to him, that of course he could grave robber
But
from Katara.
pause. Just that fucking tweet right there. I am like, oh my god. This is disgusting.
Hunty says
I
I'm
hate it.
diabolical. Yeah.
You are, Hunty. This is like evil. Like, oh my god. What is this, man? Look, he's got so much smoke up his ass that he can't even see straight.
This is why Shadar's
This-
parents
Don't love him. Yeah. I somewhat agree with that, Hunty. I somewhat agree with that because oh
Yura,
my god,
of course
he
he
has
could
to
change the
everything.
lore because that's the current practice in Hollywood, to not approach material with humility as Japanese creators do, but see it as something that can be improved upon, as the Netflix people said with Cowboy Bebop, disrespect. And finally, of course he would love to self-insert himself and replace a
No, I can't believe this. Did you see the most awkwardest moment when, like, he was at this like boxing event, and then he was like trying to flex when he was like Adi Shakir, the creator of DMC, and no one was cheering for him.
Oh yeah, I remember that. Remember when he
It was the most fun.
cried on camera? Oh yeah.
He cried on camera?
Oh, have you not seen this? I'm gonna have to pull this up after this.
No.
Guts, because even the thought of trying to form a story around such a character that
I'm gonna turn his DMC thing into a fucking PNG tuber, Tony.
Guts is will cause immediate insecurity because he doesn't even begin to approximate half the man that Guts is. It's an insult to Kentaro Miura to even suggest Shinkar pales in comparison. He will be better suited writing a Looney Tune character, if that, than anything coming close to Berserk. So many ways he would try to modernize it for an audience unfamiliar with the story, as he has with Devil May Cry and Castlevania, with many complaining how he tarnished Dracula by following the typical trend of making a watered down sympathetic villain because we need to feel sorry for everyone these days, versus just giving a pure villain because that would be too offensive in itself. Him and so many others are slaves to their Hollywood bubble, so caught up in the mist they can no longer distinguish with clarity.
Oh my god.
I wanted to see how you would cry. This might
Look,
actually get you to
I
crash
get
out,
it.
Tony.
I get it. You need ego. I know you need ego when you comes to like Aldous. Like, I know you need ego, but like the ego on this guy is insane. It's absolutely nuts.
Even is anymore. No impulse control with their ego, narcissism, overgrown child syndrome, me, give me what I want and give it to me now.
Hey, Mom! The meatloaf! We want it now!
I always feel sorry for fandoms who I'm not even a part of myself, who have been fans of such properties their whole lives, just to see them destroyed by these kinds of people, and that includes what Shinkar has been put in charge of. But I love Berserk. That story has hit me in ways I never thought a story could, and though it may not be unanimous, I love Berserk 97, really capturing the essence of the Golden Age arc, listening to Guts' theme whenever I feel like I need to channel Guts' perseverance he constantly shows. I just play that when going through hard times myself.
Guts, you're not thinking of...
That isn't something you just change the lore
Like,
of or
it is a
self-insert a
meme theme.
clown such as yourself
Like,
in place
it is
of
a
Guts.
meme theme, but it is like
People
a theme
hold up
that does hit. Like, it's just been overplayed because
this
it's
story
the
like
meme
Simba
theme.
over the mountain cliff
I'm aware.
as something to bow to or approach with humility and respect in the least, especially with Miura's death in recent years. That's not something to be played with, but something to revere and self-reflect in the face of. I know Hollywood is a clown show you easily fit into, but have some damn respect for Miura's name and his life's work. He at least deserves that. But that's all I have for this video. Tell me what you think in the comment section below. I'm looking forward to the next chapter to be released soon of Berserk. Guts is in a difficult place, which is understandable after what happened a few chapters ago. I won't spoil it, but fuck a certain character. If you know, you know. Also, if you haven't already, check out my music on Spotify, links in the description. If you love those Samurai Champloo lo-fi Mela Boom Bap vibes, then my music is definitely for you. And if you want to support me and the content I create,
That's true.
great, consider joining my channel through memberships. It's much appreciated. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Free.
Could you send me that video?
This one?
Because
Yeah, I got you.
yeah.
I'll just DM it. to you.
Because I'm
There you
gonna
go. There you go.
I'm gonna
Tony.
subscribe to Monte Sensei. Hold on. Sorry, I'm subscribing to Monte Sensei. If I haven't already, I have not. Good. And as I'm not gonna screenshot it. I'm not gonna screenshot it Hunty, but I am going to send it to Duda. Where is Duda? Okay, I just sent it to him. Fucking, I am curious to see if he messages back. He is in Fight Night. Oh, I know he's in Fight Night. I know he's in Fight Night. I just thought, you know, when he gets around to watching it, he's gonna freak. But no, I have not seen him cry on screen. What was
How
that
dare
regards
you
to?
hide the video from me, YouTube?
What's that about?
What? Him crying? Fuck. YouTube's just like hiding it from me. Fucking bitch ass.
Maybe search on Google or something like that.
Yeah, I might have to actually pull this up on Google. Okay. For the WWE, yeah. I know, it's just like it's hard to find on YouTube.
Because I know that there was that WWE event where he was like, he showed up. So I'd be like, oh, yeah, I'm so cool. And then, like, nothing happened. No one cheered him. But I should be on Twitter too, though.
Yeah, I know. I'm just gonna have to pull this up on Twitter. I'll do that in a second.
Because, like, I don't know. This guy kind of comes across as a... My God, he is such a prick.
Sorry, we're just gonna have to do someone else's
This
video
guy,
here, but this retard.
Dante cosplay was making the weirdest sound last night. So
Yeah, nah. Oh, I remember. Tony, have you seen this video?
No, I don't think so. What's the video about?
You'll see.
Heed my goddamn words, struggler. Soon a rain of fucking blood, the likes of which you cannot motherfucking imagine, shall fall down upon your bitch ass. It will be a storm of fuck death. But take heed, struggle bitch. Struggle, endure, contend. For that alone is the dick of one who defies death.
Oh shit.
Dude, I am like, I'm not even kidding. I'm literally on his Twitter, And like the ego on this fucking guy. Okay, all right. Hold on. I gotta send you a tweet.
My puppet
You gotta
I'm
pull it up, dude.
making is legit getting me angry, is what Hunty says.
Okay, I just sent
you
you
just
a fucking tweet that he made.
Do you think you could send me the link to this thing?
To
him
what thing?
crying like a little bitch.
I'm trying to find it, but like I don't know where it is. Maybe it's this Reddit video. I don't know why. Hold on. Maybe check out this video. It's a Reddit video though, so
Okay.
there is that. But
Send it through Discord then.
Yeah, I sent it.
Hunty
directly
says
to
it's
you.
the one where he looks like a he's dressed as Dante at the WWE event.
Okay, hold on. I have it on Instagram. Yeah, I have it on. Let me just check it out. Hold on.
You said you think it was? Yeah, it sounds about right. I remember vaguely hearing about it. What'd you think of that Berserk if it was directed by Adi? Tony?
I don't know, man. I don't know, cause like I don't want him to touch anything at this point. Just go away, man. Just go away.
No, the video I just showed you, it was Berserk if it was directed by Adi Shankar.
I know. Just go away. I don't want him to make that. Leave it alone. Just go. Fucking.
The sad part is if he did direct it, it would be that would be what it is.
Okay, so the video that I sent to you,
Yeah.
I can send it through Twitter if you want, but that is the Reddit one, I think, and that's basically him admitting that he was insulting Devil May Cry 5.
He's gonna make Guts the level of Forrest Gump IQ. Holy shit, Hunty.
Jesus, Hunty. I love it, but my God.
Yeah.
I also found a video of him at the WWE. It didn't seem like he was crying. But like it is a funny video where no one gave a shit. So that is on Facebook though. So if you want to pull that up on Facebook, it is there.
I will. I'll just play this one. Let's see how bad this one is.
Here's a satirical. What if Berserk was written by Adi Shankar in the same edgy propaganda and power structures repackaged effect?
Oh God, somebody did it through AI.
Oh joy, this is gonna be fucking fun.
Berserk War of the Hawk by Adi Shankar, a hyper-political, ultra-violent, leather-clad, stylized adaptation of Kentaro Miura's magnum opus, if it had been rewritten as a critique of American foreign policy and 21st century propaganda. The Hawk Files. Guts is no longer a character with deep trauma, but a stoic aura farmer, an edgy trench-coat-wearing mercenary who speaks in one-liners like, "I don't do politics, I just kill people who do." He's less a man, more of a brand. A wandering PTSD-riddled war machine funded by an anonymous PMC. The Midland Empire is a neocon fantasy state, a mix of Rome and 2000s America with full-on Iraq War allegories. They're invading the Kushan Caliphate under the pretense of finding God-hand WMDs. Everyone's in high-tech medieval gear that looks like Call of Duty meets Game of Thrones. Act 2. Make Midland great again. Griffith isn't a villain. He's a misunderstood liberal technocrat trying to build a utopia. He uses soft power, meme propaganda, and slick social media-style speeches to rally the disenfranchised. A better world is possible, but only if we burn this one down. He's also ambiguous coded in every direction, racially, sexually, and ideologically, so every fan base claims him while also blaming him. Casca, tragically, is reduced to a nagging exposition mouthpiece who yells things like, "Guts, you can't just swing your sword at the system." Every time Guts kills someone, she gasps and lectures him on nuance while crying under perfectly smeared eyeliner. She's framed like a Twitter reply guy in human form. Act 3. The Apostles are coming. The Apostles are no longer eldritch demons. They're allegorical immigrant refugees from the astral world, fleeing a collapsing dimension. The show makes it purposefully unclear if they're truly evil or just othered. One of them gives a speech ripped straight from Noam Chomsky. We didn't choose war. Your empire exported it. Meanwhile, Guts just slices them in half while grumbling, monsters don't get rights. Final arc. Nuke the narrative. As the world spirals into chaos, Griffith begins constructing the ideal world, a shiny blue and white techno-utopia powered by collective trauma and angelic surveillance drones. The soundtrack goes full Carpenter Brute X Gregorian chants. But just before the new world stabilizes, the King of Midland, a Cheney-like puppet with a crown made of oil pipelines, decides to drop the God Nuke, a magical WMD fueled by centuries of genocide and divine right. Casca screams, "No! This isn't justice!" Guts says nothing, lights a cigar. Griffith weeps a single tear as the astral world goes up in nuclear fire. The screen cuts to black.
Thank God. God, I hope he never makes that fucking Berserk adaptation.
What'd you think of that, Tony?
It's certainly.
So we got some chat here from Not Gonna Lie we got from Hunty. Not gonna lie, Dante and the Devil May Cry Netflix is actually ugly in terms of looks.
Hey, apparently people enjoy his look, Hansi, so maybe you're just weird, or maybe
And
you've got the right opinion, and that's his interpretation of a white man.
And the demons will be misunderstood again.
Ugh, of course they will be. But yeah, I'm trying to find him crying. It's like, not really. I could only find like a video of him at the WWE event on Facebook, and I saw him on the podcast on Twitter, which is basically him complaining about the franchise, saying he didn't understand like Devil May Cry 5. So you want to pull up the videos I sent, or no?
Yeah,
We'll
I'm
move on to
doing
something,
that
a new
now.
topic. Cool.
Passionate about Devil May Cry. Like, I love this thing.
Yeah.
And I love this niche
That's
thing.
the most
And
important
now
thing.
Let me see if I gotta make sure it's playing
numbers
audio.
wise eclipses everything else.
Yep.
But I'm passionate about Devil
Good.
May Cry. Like, I love
Yeah, we're
this
good.
thing,
Yeah.
and I love this niche
That's
thing.
the most important
And now
thing
I
that-
can
yeah.
take it and hopefully
good.
blow it up to a point where I can expand it and there'll be more of it.
Yep.
Right? So and I didn't know that there was a Devil May Cry 5 coming out.
You didn't know?
No.
I like the design for Devil May Cry 4
Yeah.
Dante as well, Hunty. I agree.
Wow.
I got
okay.
actually
He's
unhappy
pretty badass, yeah.
when they so I signed the deal and I'm like,
Yeah.
yeah, great, I'm doing it. And then they're like, good news, we have Devil May Cry 5 coming out.
Were you hoping to play it before doing your adaptation? Is that what you're saying? Or you just...
No, I actually thought the franchise was dead.
Oh, I got you.
This was my thing. Like I like Dino Crisis. I liked
I see.
And I thought I was bringing this thing back, and I'm like, oh, this is like a modern fucking thing. Like this is ongoing. Then I should have done Street Fighter.
Or if you're into like those types of things, I could see doing a great Rival Schools as well.
Yes.
That would be...
Wow. I thought I was bringing this back. Really?
Well, if you're going by that,
Good.
then you. So like, here's my thing: if you're going by that belief, that you think it's dead, then why did you do Castlevania? Because Castlevania still gets fucking games.
Yeah. It's just I don't know. It's stupid, man. I don't like it. The fucking goal on this, man. Like I thought I was bringing it back. If I wanted to bring something back that's dead, I'd go with Street Fighter. Really, really, wow. Because then you could be like, I did this. I did this. I brought this series back. It's like, fuck off, you cunt.
Oh yeah, I heard about this. Like, have you seen this, Tony and Hunty?
Yeah, yeah.
Have you heard the Meryl
Meryl
Streep
Streep's
is
gonna
going to
be
play?
Jesus. Oh, sorry, my mistake. He's not Jesus, is he? My bad. Anyway, what's the next topic, Cal?
You know what? Before I go to the next topic, you know what? Fuck it. It's on the timeline here. I'll bring it up. So
That's supposed to go, yeah.
yeah, so some people were complaining like about that. You know, as a Florida resident in general, there are white people in Miami because influencers and a lot of people retire there, as well as that. But there are also a shit ton of brown people here in Florida.
What? No.
No, yeah, I know.
Say it
Like,
ain't
you know, you're
so.
just a stone's throw away from fucking Cuba. So
What? No.
why would there be brown people?
It's crazy. No, I saw the image and I was like,
What's
she
up,
looks
Master
great.
Gawa?
But I saw someone who did like a white version of it. I was like, that's cool too. And then I saw
Master
people making
Gawa
like
says he has a
Asian versions of it.
franchise
Oh, that's
savior
cool.
complex.
He does. He's like, I did this. I made Devil May Cry like so much better. And I'm like, dude, you didn't do jack shit. You leave it alone.
You know what? I'll be honest. Like what is it? The cover girl chick, fucking hot. No, I saw people in the comments saying she's ugly, and I'm like, what kind of drugs are you
And then they
on?
swap her out with a white girl. And I'm like, it's like someone's swapped it out to a white girl. I'm like, yeah, that's fine too.
Yeah.
And then someone swapped it out for an Asian girl. I'm like, oh, that's cool. Like, I think she looks objectively attractive, whether she be black, white, or Asian or whatever.
Oh yeah, I saw that. Tony, have you seen
What's
this?
that?
So, are
No.
you familiar with the show My Adventures of Superman?
I sort of dropped it. I watched a little bit of it. I'm like, nah, I'm good. This is not my Superman show.
They made Raven.
They made Raven a Muslim.
Yeah.
They made Raven a Muslim because she wears a hood.
Yep.
I'm hiding right now.
Yeah.
I'm hiding. This is so bad. This is terrible. Holy shit. Who would have actually thought of this as a good idea? For fuck's sake. What is your Twitter, man?
Oh, my Twitter?
Like, your Twitter's like all over the place. I love it.
Oh
Post it
yeah,
in
like
chat.
yeah. I mean, do you
Post your
want
Twitter in
my
chat,
Twitter
dude.
handle?
Fucking yeah.
Yeah, there you go. Should pop up.
Fucking post it in the chat, dude. Go.
Got it. Copy.
I'll follow you. Shit, man. And yes, I agree, Hunty. That is Sailor Superman, and they did Raven dirty. But also, fucking what they did to Starflight, like they made Starfire black. Like, what is this obsession with like making her black? She's a fucking alien. Just make her orange. You can have a white girl play Starfire. You can have a Asian girl play Starfire. You can have a fucking black person play Starfire. But why does it have to be exclusively black? Like, what's up with that? You're gonna hear it echo in a bit, guys.
That'd be fine.
Nah, probably. What's wrong with Raven being pale and Starfire being orange? Exactly, Hunty. I don't get it. Like, why do we have to change them to be like a different race? Like, what is up with that? Like, I don't get it. Also, Hunter, you'll be pleased to know that Duda responded. I sent him and I said, from Hunty, she said you should see this. He said, okay. So something tells me he's going to be very, 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 very annoyed. Oh, wait, I know they didn't make Starfire orange because orange is a reference to the president. I don't know about that one, but like it is fucking ridiculous. Like,
there you go. So,
why they,
I
why
posted
would
it in
do
the
that?
chat for people who want to either follow me or add me or whatever.
Followed. Cool.
So yeah, like I have, if I click here, yeah, so I have a weird timeline on here. So it'll be like stuff I want to react to, but then it also have weirder stuff too.
Just glad there's no like corn on it.
I try to avoid
Because
that.
man, you like one. I know, but you like one tweet where you're like, "Oh, this is good," and then that person like retweets or likes something else, and it somehow pops up on your timeline. It's like, why is this here? But yeah, I agree. It's a bit ridiculous. But what's
Yeah, I'm gonna go back to YouTube.
What's topic you want to get into now?
Yeah. Okay, so I was gonna bring up some things. Let's go to my watch later shit. We did that. We did that. We did that. Now, politically, I don't agree with this streamer. I'll be honest, but this isn't a place to where I much care more about media on this channel than politics. You can discuss it; it's fine, but like,
remember games started with the story and the dialogue these days. Games are getting obnoxious with the story and the dialogue these days. You spend $100+ on a game and it just turns out to be half a movie with all the cutscenes in it. This could just be looking through tunnel vision at AAA, the things that have the most attention at the moment. But I can't help but feel like we've been trained into this new age of kind of very cinematic, dialoguing, story-heavy focus in games. There's a huge uptick in...
Do you remember The Order?
Yeah, I remember The Order.
The Order, the 1886. So that game was like a 4-hour video game. Half of that was cutscene, so you only really played it for about 2 hours or so. But I remember when that came out, people were complaining about it being like a movie, like too much like a movie like that. And it's a fun game, but it's hampered down by it being too much of a.
Hunty said, "My bad writing skills. I stick to writing fan fiction."
Yeah, I mean, hey, but then again, your bad fan fiction is probably better than half the shit that Hollywood comes up with. But like, I know that when it comes to video games, a lot of a lot of people like they're sort of sick of the whole cinematic thing, and I get it. Me too. Like,
Wasn't this the
games are trying to
accusation
be more
for when
cinematic.
wasn't this the whole accusation for Last of Us 1? Or am I wrong? That it was more like a movie or
I don't think it was The Last of Us. I think it was the last. I don't think it was The Last of Us 1 because that was relatively, revered at the time, because I remember 10 out of 10s and all that. Whereas The Order came out, I think, a year after that. Graphically, it was beautiful, but it was a shit fest when it comes to like the game itself.
Entertain the chat for a second. I'm gonna go grab something.
Sure. But like when it comes to like cinematic games, I'm just like, I get it. You're trying to be very much like a cinematic game. Awesome. I understand. But it's gone to the point where I'm just like, I don't care anymore. Tony, did you watch that music video I sent? Let me check. Let me see. Did you? Let me check. Is it in the Discord that is it in my Discord server that you sent? Yeah, I'm trying to find it. Is it the no, I did see that video, the right verse animation. I think I DM'd it to you. All right, let me double check, Auntie, because I don't think I have. I haven't really been active on like social media that much, except for like messaging a couple of people. So I see that you sent me your stream. It has the medic in the thumbnail. Oh, I might have seen it. Yeah, I'm trying to pull it up. I don't see it in the DMs. Again, if I don't think I have seen it, but I could stand corrected if someone in the chat has seen my streams and knows if I have or not, because I'm trying to look through all the stuff that you guys have sent me, and I want to see if you sent me anything to react to, Hunty, because I am looking through it. I did react to the spider one that you sent me through my Discord. No, I don't think I have, Hunty, because I'm trying to look for it now. Must be a very old video that you sent. Must have been a while ago. Oh, is it the Rumble one? Meet the Woke Medic? Because I did react to that one. Because I remember you were there for that one. But besides that, I don't think I reacted to that. The music video.
I've returned. How is?
Yeah. Hey, Aunt. Hey, Cal. Hanti was just asking me if I reacted to know the song. It's called Butch of Vanity. I'll have to double check our messages again, Hunty. Because I'm scrolling through. I'll send it later. Okay, cool. Sounds good. I'll add it to the list.
You know, part of me wonders if because people were getting so many views for the Fae game, the spinoff or whatever the fuck it is.
Yeah.
If like YouTube was like downscaling people's streams for views.
Maybe, but to be fair, when there's so many people are talking about a topic, it usually boosts it in the algorithm.
Yeah.
I haven't made a video on it because I don't really feel the need to talk about it. Like I don't want to talk about it. Like I think half of it is just cinematic, and I'm like, meh, whatever. In terms of like the game itself, I'm like, all right, the gameplay looks fun. Sure, that's about it.
In gaming.
Burned clothes. The pyre. It happened. They're starting on the path. It's just... I didn't get to say goodbye.
The exposition of the story is taking so much time in each new big release that the gaming itself is...
You wanna know what my theory about this is? This is nothing with the subject
What?
matter of the video or anything. Do you want to know what my theory is for this fucking game, Tony?
What?
I think it's a prototype for the next actual God of War starring Kratos.
Really?
Yeah, so the combat system. Like, especially with the aerial
Maybe.
combat.
Maybe. I could see that.
What, it being a prototype for that shit? Yeah.
Yeah, I
Suffering.
could see it being a
One of the most
prototype.
prime
But at
examples
the same
of
time,
this
I'm
is
just like, I don't
007
know.
First Light. Not only has it taken a character already very well established in people's minds and decided to detail the origin of that man, but it's gone to lengths to make a game that is
Hunty says, I haven't really been interested in the God of War series.
so indulgently story and cinematic focused that the short amount of time you get with the game doesn't seem like enough. So why is this happening? Why does it seem like we're
What?
losing?
I was waiting for that.
Huh? 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 All right. I wouldn't say that, but okay. I'm willing to hear his argument.
Out on meaningful
I'm
gameplay
willing to
over
hear his
ever
argument.
lengthening cutscenes. Gaming is just that, gaming. If I wanted to go and watch a movie, I would go and do that. Story itself is not the problem.
Oh, okay, hold, time out.
Yeah.
Time out. I get that. But
Yeah.
at the same time, like we have seen a vast evolution of gaming in terms of like animation, visuals, voice acting, all that good shit. There's been a huge evolution. Sometimes I just want a good, awesome, action-packed game too. Okay, fair enough. That's fine. I get it. But some of these games, it's like they want to try and tell a fairly cinematic feel, and I that is their right and all that. But I will say I'm getting tired of it. Okay, but if I'm getting tired of it, I just move on to a game that I want to play, like a bit more of a fast-paced action game. That's what the indie scene is for. There are games that I'm like, okay, this looks interesting, like that what is it, that body cam like first-person shooter action game or something.
Yeah, there's a
That
couple
looked
of those.
interesting. I was like, all right, that's cool.
There's one that's
Yeah,
like
that's
got
interesting.
there's one that one of those body cam games that has like it's zombies. That one looked pretty nice too.
I want, yeah. Hanti says Kingdoms of Amular, Amular. I really enjoy that game, and I do want to like I played it way back in the day, but I really want to like replay that.
Don't they have like a new DLC for that game or something?
I don't think so, but there was a new remaster of it.
I think it came with the remaster. Like I could have sworn there was a new DLC. Honey said yes.
Probably.
Yeah.
Probably. But
Liberty's the right.
I keep telling you, Tony, you should play Dot Hack GU.
I know, but like at the same time, I'm just sort of like I got other things to
Yeah.
like play, dude. I've got so many games to play, dude.
I'm telling you, like, there's a new Dot Hack game coming out. It'll probably do good for your channel.
Are given these days. A game should be able to hold attention on minimal exposition or story, and the story that's there should build on the immersion and the enjoyment, not be the most present portion of it. A game's story shouldn't feel like it could play out even if you weren't participating in it. They should be woven into what the player is doing and very much feel like
Fate Sworn is the new
Sure.
DLC. Oh, okay.
Okay.
Progress of the story depends on
Yeah,
you.
because I could have recalled that there was like a new DLC for that game. Hunty, I was like,
Without you, it kind of spiritually ends or just doesn't exist. Instead of that participation factor being integral, story
I'm so glad no one gave me fucking mixtape.
These can often just run of their own accord, often forgetting they're in a video game. I remember games starting off with some brief detail and you're very shortly in control, given just enough to understand the world you're in, and the why is revealed organically over time. It's all in the pacing. Pacing was one of the biggest complaints about Red Dead Redemption 2, and how slow it was at the start.
Sorry, what was going on?
I know
I
a lot
did
of
not
people
see
who-
because half the video, like a little bit of the video, was just your pop-ups. I was a bit.
I don't know why that popped up.
Some brief detail and you're very shortly in control, given just enough to understand the world you're in, and the why is revealed organically over time. It's all in the pacing. Pacing was one of the biggest complaints about Red Dead Redemption 2, and how slow it was at the start. I know a lot of people who just didn't even play it because they were bored. The game felt guided through a series of story events that you walked your character through rather than were involved in much gameplay. Compare that to Halo,
that
where
is
you
fairly
are behind.
true, but like from what I hear, Red Dead 2 is like a really good game. Like, I know my friend. He's he got into Red Dead. He really enjoyed the first game, and he loved the second game. He loved both of the games, but he will admit that the first game is more gamey. Like the first game is very much like a good cowboy movie, whereas the Red Dead 2 is more like a good TV show, like a good cowboy TV show, a good cowboy book, really.
The helmet and in the action very quickly at the beginning of the game. Back when games separated.
Like, not really a spoiler, but the character of Arthur Morgan and John Marston. So John Marston's a shitty. So there's a sketchbook in the game where you go to places and your character will sketch it. If you go there as John, the sketches are really shitty. Whereas with Arthur, because he did that more, like actually drawing. It's actually more well done. So they actually made a character that you play as later draw something super shitty, as opposed to the first, which drew it better. So they made two drawing styles.
That's cool to see.
Gameplay from cutscene. These days it's all blurring together. The story and cinematic moments are woven now into the very gameplay as you seamlessly slow down and the camera swings to engage you in the cinematic parts of the game. This is a really cool innovation actually for a deeper, more involved storytelling, provided it's not taken for granted and used to fill up too much time gamers would otherwise be enjoying gameplay. The more generously budgeted a game, the more we'll likely see this, as there are much more resources available to stretch out, from visuals to animation, voice actors, writers, etc. Getting people invested in the story is a process.
I'm telling you, that God of War spinoff game is I guarantee that the portal is going to open and they're going to use it as an excuse to bring Zeus back. And then Kratos is going to have to kill Zeus all over again.
Maybe. But in terms of like the God of War game, like spin-off, even though it should be a spin-off, I think they have said it's a mainline game.
Yeah, so.
Which that is like, I wouldn't do that, and I think they're paying for it now.
So, from the gameplay we saw, there's at least 4 Egyptian gods there. I think they're definitely, like, by the end of the game, they're escaping. Because, you know what the rumor is, right? Like, the next game's supposed to be with Kratos is God of War Egypt.
I did hear about that, but that's like years off because for this game, they're just essentially reusing assets and shit.
process of letting them figure it out for themselves. The problem is that telling people what's happening, who this is, what's going on, has the opposite effect on players' interest. This is the concept of show, don't tell in writing. It's a problem.
Auntie said all I did was collect horses.
In Red Dead 2? Yeah, that's fair enough. I mean, like, it's a fun game.
When the audience isn't allowed to build an impression for themselves. Good storytelling trusts people. It doesn't over-explain. It assumes the audience can connect the dots and figure things out. When everything is explained, emphasized, and underlined, it can just weaken the impact. And I think games are increasingly running into the same problem. More and more game time seems to be traded for cinematic time. Instead of participating, you're often being shown what to think, what matters, and why it matters.
To some extent,
you know
I
that kind
agree.
of self-aware, goofy, funny guys thing Marvel started to do way too much.
Oh, yeah,
often
I
adding
hate
a lot
those.
of quippy talk that attempts to be endearing and funny.
King, but it's rigged. You bet your ass.
Steve, you said a bad language word.
Even if it's totally diminishing the type of tension that might be beneficial, this particular
The thing is, though, is
force-fed
that
comic relief
when it
approach
comes to
sounds
Marvel humor, it's fine. Like it's fine in like I've seen some Marvel movies in my time and they're good. Like sometimes the humor can be really good and it works well. And then sometimes they can just be doo-doo. And it's nothing wrong with say like some movies, some shows where
Have you
where
seen the
humor
new
comes through and it's relatively
speaking of Marvel, have you seen
good,
the new
but-
Spider-Man trailer?
trailer?
Yeah.
I've seen a little bit of it. Looks good. Looks good. I like it. I like what they're going for.
With the Hulk and all that.
Yeah, it's good. I would like to check it out.
more like the youthful creators in the writing room being big old goofballs rather than lines and delivery that are in feeling with the game's setting. There's definitely a way to tastefully add a bit of dialogue spice, comic relief, but these days it's just ham-fisted in and very cringe. And there's such a saturation of dialogue. And when a game's not that long to start with, and the gameplay has so much potential, there's so much fun stuff you'd rather be doing than watching a bunch of cutscenes or having the feeling taken away from you because of an indulgent form of writing that just keeps Joss Whedoning you till your brain bleeds. What's going on?
Okay, hold on. Can we like not? Can we not just? Can we not just say Joss Whedoning? Because like Joss Whedon's dialogue, he's actually really good. All right, I'm actually tired of this. Can we just move on? Joss Whedon is actually a really good writer. His dialogue is really good. It's just the emulation of his dialogue is not good. When like I like Joss Whedon's dialogue. I think Joss Whedon has made really good stories. I think his dialogue is really good. I have a fucking issue when they try and use it in like lesser products and it's just not working. You can clearly tell that they're trying to emulate it without properly without showing like without taking your thoughts in it. And that's what I have a problem with.
That's fair.
That it's a better idea to slam this kind of stuff in. There's a lot of people that have been playing games for a really long time that have a sort of stance on how games should be or how stories should be written, but things change just as the times do. But at some point, writing is just objectively inappropriate for the setting of a game. One thing that is almost universal is that people play games to escape. The more convincing the world we experience in our video game, the more we can retreat into the fantasy. The story is not the problem. The way it is told and how appropriately it fits with the theme of the game is the problem. Some writing is just blatantly insulting your fun, ruining that immersion by bringing you back to the real world and all its political issues. Dragon Age is one such game that does a lot to just diminish everything great about Dragon Age.
Yeah, Tony secretly has art of Tosh in his room, you know. All over the walls.
Oh yeah, sure, totally. Yeah, all awesome. I like that thing, sure.
whilst imposing
fucking
many of
Isabella
their own
got a
new,
breast
very
reduction in
undesirable
between,
elements
like,
to the
games. It's
story,
kind of
which
hilarious.
does not belong. In a game such as this, it doesn't fit. Rather, it feels like someone having a serious issue preventing their own rehearsed arguments on real-world topics from spilling into a beloved game franchise. Writers don't exist in some untouchable hyperbolic bubble of writing purity, where they are totally in touch with the fantasy world and unafflicted by the woes of the real, but not being able to separate their hot take in reality from a fantasy setting that it should have no place in is where the line should be drawn and the behavior discouraged.
You know what's another thing that I've noticed?
Sure, what?
When it comes to Velgard, where were the slaves at?
Where were the what?
Slaves.
Oh yeah, there were none.
Because all throughout the other games, they mentioned of how much of a shithole Taventer is because they own slaves.
To be fair, the game is just like it's retarded. Like there are more problems than just that, and it's kind of insane because like I did a whole fucking live stream of it, and like I was like, oh my god, I was so pissed off because I think in between parts 1 and 2, my fucking game fucking deleted my save data, so I had to like replay the entire like first bit again to get to the second point. I was like, fucking hell.
So Tony, when are you gonna like replay Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines 2, you know, on PC and get in that new DLC?
Not happening. Not happening.
Me.
Dude, like you would have to pay me to like actually do that. You would have to like pay me the game. You'd have to buy me the game and then pay me to like fucking do it. Fucking Rusty, in my chat, he wants me to play the game, and I'm like, no, I don't want to play the DLC. I played Digimon for you, and I need to get back into playing Digimon. That was fun. Like, I want to play fun games. I don't want to play depressing games. Gamer Guild?
There's this study within Australia called Australia Plays 2025, which shows many details, but I want to scope in on the female gamers at 51%. It's higher than the amount of guys playing it.
That's bull. That's
Let's read some of the let's read some of these markers here, Tony. 75%.
No. This is Australia. Look, this is Australia. This is my people. They're a bunch of retards when it comes to gaming. Like, I'm gonna be honest. Australia is great, but when it comes to our like scientists and our thinking and our government, we're absolutely retarded. So you shouldn't like take anything like this of value to like heart. It's actually fucking retarded and it's stupid and I hate it. And like whenever I see like fucking Australian scientists, I'm like, how you gonna fuck up this time? Or a fucking government, how you gonna fuck up this time? This is how I feel when it comes to just my government. So like I you can read this. You can read this, dude, but I've seen this and I'm like, nah, this is bullshit. Like, what else is there to say? Fuck this, man. Actually, fuck this. Oh, god damn it. I'm actually getting frustrated reading this, dude. You okay, Cal?
Yeah. I was just reading some of this.
49%. If this study can be trusted,
You've just been
sincerely,
like quiet.
that's
So I
a
was like,
damn
fuck.
big
Yeah, no, I was
number.
just like
That
reading
would
and
just go
getting all
to
the
show that
information
a
together.
very significant portion of the development and consideration of games has to go toward thinking about the female players. And what's funny is that the prevalence of female gamers has apparently been quite high. Since
Am I just in the minority for that Stellar Blade thing? People are like, oh, she looks 12. She looks to be about 19.
2011.
Look, okay, when it comes to Stellar Blade thing, I think she looks young. I don't think she looks like a fucking minor. I think she's like 18, 19.
Yeah.
At minimum, 17 going to 18. At minimum. But like, gotta be honest, I know that she's probably like, the actress is probably like 20, 30, like probably 30 years old or something like that. Or like late.
I might
late
be wrong. I
20s.
could have sworn
like-
the actress was supposed to be 26.
Yeah, so mid to late 20s. And like the thing is though, is that she's like the actress, she looks cute, you know? So like and a lot of Asian women, they look really young. So it's like, okay, cool, whatever. I'm fine with that.
Or as people said on like Twitter, the actress has a fat ass.
Nice.
To think that things were just a boys' club back in the day, and you know, games were for boys, and maybe it was just this closeted secret that girls were all playing them, but they just made fun of boys who did. I don't know. But anyway, I think there's something to be said about stories in gaming becoming a deeper and more heavily involved aspect due to the prevalence of female gamers. There's also a significantly higher representation of women in gaming development and production as well, which is going to have an impact on how things are influenced going forward. There is no real wrong way of a game being made or the story told, except that with existing franchise that may have an objectively male player base, its popularity owing to the fact that its content appeals to men and what they like in their games, those franchises being influenced and taken over to appeal to a more broad audience is an interesting approach. The latest God of War series is not for everyone. Its origins are that of a god of war. Kratos in particular stirs no end of chaos just to do so because of his sheer anger. He is a spinning, whirling death machine, doing enough to bring upon an entire apocalypse with his madness. The series offers a more sensitive approach now. Its influence has become a little more feminine, and feminine audiences may in turn enjoy the way these games tell the story now. Deeper, more layered, more emotional. Final Fantasy XVI was under the development by a completely different studio recently.
The God of War
and
is
they
going
have
for a
stepped
more
quite far
like emotional journey. Not to say like the original series was an emotional journey. I would say that the original series had more subtle moments than say this new series, because the new series, the latest two games, they're very much prevalent in their theming and their story and what they're trying to tell. I think though that in the original series they don't get enough credit in terms of them being a lot more emotional. Like there's one scene in, I think, one of the prequel games, one of the PSP games. I think it's Chains of Olympus, if I remember correctly. It's the one where it's a prequel to the first game, but it's after Ascension, where essentially Kratos is like, he's reunited with his daughter, and then because of what's going to happen next with Hades' wife, he has to like rip his daughter away from him to like go and fight off Hades' wife. And I remember there's a QTE sequence where it's you have to press circle and all that. And I remember it being a meme where it's like, you have to like rip your daughter away from you. That's like a meme. And it's like, in terms of like what it represents, it's like all of the cutscenes where you have to mash circle to like rip off a dude's head, or like,
I wonder if they're gonna
do something like that sort of thing. It's like, it's a subtle moment, but I'm like, that's a cool bit where it's like ripping his daughter away from him is as hard as like, those QTE sequences where you have to kill an enemy.
I'm wondering if they're gonna cut some of that stuff for the God of War, trilogy remake. I wonder if they're gonna like get rid of the QTEs. That's what I'm curious.
Away from Final Fantasy's usual tropes and storytelling process. This new game feels like a kind of.
Because the reason I say that is because QTEs have kind of fallen out of favor in the modern day.
Yeah, and I remember I know that people like really did not like the James Bond QTEs, and I'm like, I don't know, I don't mind them.
drawn out, overly sophisticated type of storytelling, which has had quite a few people yawning over how much they don't really care about all the detail it's trying to throw at you. This is all subjective, of course. If you like it, you like it. Nothing wrong with that. The reason this is remarkable is that Final Fantasy is quite well known for a great story that gets you emotionally attached and involved. The characters, the plot lines, and the stakes are all clear and inspire you to see it through. There's a lot of drawn out story stuff in media at the moment. Look at Netflix. If I had $1 for every time someone mentioned a great new series, I'd be rich. But are they actually all that great, or are they just good enough? A lot of modern entertainment feels like it's figured out the formula.
There hasn't been
the
a good
filming,
Netflix
the
show,
editing,
mate.
the pacing, the way scenes are cut together to keep you engaged. Like those American TV shows that figured out the maximum retention process. 100 shows are all...
So years ago there was a, I forgot the channel's name, but like there's a TV review channel that I used to watch. And he said that Netflix is the Korean transplant network.
Jeez. Holy shit, man.
Which isn't wrong to a degree, because think about that for a second. If you look on Netflix, how many of those shows are Korean shows? Tony.
A lot. Like I'm gonna be honest, like my Netflix is literally just anime and K-dramas.
Yeah. So Master Gow is
Like, I don't want to watch a lot of the Western shit.
Master Gow is in a chat. I don't believe we need.
Okay, I don't believe we need yeah, I'll read it. I don't believe we need character development and emotion in most games. We need more games like Magic Bullet with no emotions and character development, just killing. To some extent, Master Gower, I agree, but the thing is though is that I also don't agree, because I think there are some games that are able to show really great storytelling and emotions, and you know, it's like every now and then it's fun to have like a game where you're just endless mowing down bad guys and shit like that. And that's fun. I'm totally down for it. But there is a game where it explores themes of killing and senseless violence and all that, and really is very poignant, and that is Spec Ops: The Line. I love that video game. It is one of my favorite video games of all time. And what starts off as like a generic third-person shooter, like the game is not good when it comes to like shooting stuff. It's not great. But in terms of what it is trying to convey, and the themes that the game presents, and it is a reflection of like, yeah, killing is actually fucked up.
I mean, like, I disagree with that Korean shows are for women. It depends on the type of Korean show, because there's some fucking Korean shows like, and some of them are all based off like manhwas, but like shows like Vigilante, shit.
Viral Hit is very much a male Korean show, because I remember they made an anime of it, and I think they just Japanese or Korean. I can't remember if it's made by Japan or Korea, but I know that they made an anime of it, and that one is very much made for males, because it's got the male fantasy of this guy being fucking badass and all that. But I do somewhat agree, because mainly Korean shows, like the Korean drama shows, let's be real, most of it on Netflix is romance.
Yeah. You have a few here and there between, like, you have like Vigilante, which is based on manhwa, where the guy basically, without spoiling too much, his mother gets murdered when he's younger, and he just basically goes around Korea. Because if I remember correctly, during his day job, he's a police officer, but he's just going around and fucking you know, going full on Punisher on like criminals at night.
But
You
yeah,
have
like
those.
I think I think that in terms of K dramas, they are geared to mainly towards women, but I will say there are some that are very much geared towards men.
What's the zombie one? You know, the zombie one that's in like ancient Korea. Fuck.
Kingdom, is it?
Yeah, it's Kingdom, I think. Yeah, it is
Because
Kingdom.
like I know that yeah, I thought so. Because I was like there's a fair amount of Korean dramas that are just geared towards females, but there are some that are, you know, geared towards males. But I will say that a lot of the Korean dramas, they do have a romance aspect to it. So like I do see Masagawa's point because like, you know, a lot of them are soapy romance dramas.
Yeah. I think it
Where it's
just
like,
depends on
oh, the main guy and
I mean,
yeah.
I think it just depends on like the Korean show you're looking at though. In general.
True.
Exactly the same. It works, but that doesn't necessarily mean it's meaningful. Sometimes it feels more like something that's designed to just hold your attention than something.
Masagawa says the Korean
That's how I feel. Yeah.
for men are usually Korean.
Sorry.
Says.
That's genuinely worth your attention. Anyway, this is not a video designed to say that all storytelling in games are bad. I don't know about you guys, but I definitely play games to be involved with it, not just participant to it. And I can't help but feel lately like I'll get really hyped up for a game just to find out that it's a little soft on the gameplay and traded gameplay for a more passive experience. Anyway, what do you think? Let me know.
It's fair. So there was one.
I kind of get where he's coming from.
Yeah. So I'm not sure if I added this. Let me check. I don't think I added it, but I know it's under my history, so I'll just do that. There was one video.
What's the video? What does it contain?
So the video's about like, games aren't bad because they're woke. They're just bad games. Well, I was looking for this. I know it's here somewhere.
I mean, that's pretty much true, but there are some woke games out there. Have you all seen the trailer to a mascot horror called Terrible Lizards? I don't think I have. I don't think I have.
It's the one with the I showed it to you, that one, the one stream like from back when we were reacting to the trailers. It's the one where the dinosaur mouth opened up. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I think I have seen that. Yeah. I remember you showing me. Yeah, that's the one. Yeah, that's the one where he's stuck in the sort of
The park.
what is
Yeah.
it like? Yeah, the park, and then they come to life, and then you've got this mascot guy running around and all that. Yeah, sorry, it just like I was like, I don't think I have.
Oh, JT. I didn't know JT Music
I'll be
was
right
working on
back.
it.
Who's JT Music?
He used to make like rap songs. I don't know if he still does, but
Oh, nice. I'll be right back, but I'll let you find the video. So entertain chat while I'm away.
so how's everyone's I guess night going and shit? Not that one. Oh, that's interesting. Like, I'm not. I would assume he's just making music for the show. Hunty. You know what probably happened? It's probably on my. You know what probably happened? It's probably on my other one. So, 1 second. My other channel. Fuck. Okay. Let me just. I just gotta switch this, I think. Yeah, it's probably on my other fucking thing. Jesus Christ, I have so many different channels. Fuck me. Sorry about not talking that much. It's just like I'm having a fucking pain in the ass finding this goddamn video. Fuck, where is this thing? Uh,
Okay, I'm back. What have I missed?
Nothing much. Me trying to find this fucking thing. I know I have it on here somewhere.
Okay. So what has Hunty been saying? There is a game I'm playing that could be considered woke given the amount of LGBT stuff, such as clothes, subtly added to it. I mean, that's fair.
Okay,
I honestly am fine with like gay or lesbian or trans stuff in a game. I am fine with that as long as it doesn't take away from the story and all that. I just I personally I'm like I don't know. I do think
okay, I fucking found this shit.
I
It took me forever.
personally I'm just very I just want games to tell good stories, and if it does have that element in it, fine, fine. But personally, I'm just like, eh.
Okay, so I found the video. That took a while.
Release from
I don't
the
even know
It's
why I
Bad
didn't have it
Because
added.
Woke mod.
Just make sure to get their creepy.
It's not dialogue, it's a sermon.
But actually,
PS
it is a pretty
Studio
disappointing mess.
disconnected.
Maybe it is because the main character can make out with a character of the same gender. But wait, this game was good and had gays in it, so what is the truth? Well, I might have
Pause
found an
the
answer.
video.
Video game studios are reheating their leftovers, and it's giving
Cal,
everyone
pause the video.
food.
I got it.
Let's see. Let's start the video again because it seems like there was a bit of a issue with OBS.
Yeah, it disconnected for like 1
Yeah, you did.
second.
Yeah. So let's try again.
Started from here.
Yeah, we'll start again.
Are you bored of defending yet another disappointing video game release from the It's Bad Because Woke mod?
Just make sure to get their creepy little tendrils.
Of the woke cancer infecting video.
See, they like fucking knew the stuff that I was putting on videos, and then YouTube was like, nah, fuck you.
Video game.
It's not dialogue, it's a sermon.
But actually, it is a pretty disappointing mess. Maybe it is because the main character can make out with a character of the same gender. But wait, this game was good and had gays in it, so what is the truth? Well, I might have found an answer. Video game studios are reheating their leftovers, and it's giving everyone food poisoning. The most recent example of this? Life is Strange Reunion. Yeah, remember Life is Strange? The game by the French.
Life is Strange Reunion.
I haven't seen it, but I hear that they reunited the two lesbian characters, and like,
It pissed off a lot of people when that happened. I never played the game, but I have a friend and she played the game, and she said the one girl, I forgot the girl's name. The one girl's supposed to be dead. Like full on.
yeah, I know that she's supposed to be dead, but then I know that she's supposed to be dead, but they changed the ending. So like, everyone picked the ending where she dies and you sacrifice her, but in this continuity they picked the one where you sacrifice the town, which is fucked.
That's some like psycho shit.
I know, it's really messed up.
Studio Don't Nod, inexplicably about teenagers from Oregon.
Come on, rock out, girl.
That blew the bloody doors off the games industry when it came out back in 2015. Well, after some moderately successful follow-ups,
Sometimes may be good, sometimes may be shit.
we got 2 whole new games featuring the reheated Max Caulfield. And they even brought back Chloe. Wait, isn't she supposed to be dead? Well, my friend, not if there's money to be made.
We are not
Yeah, no, they just
We're maxing
they just
Chloe.
So
killed an
let's make
entire
like
town.
Max Caulfield and find out what's going on. Been practicing for this bit. Oh, that's not.
A slightly compelling argument as to why.
Listen, this video, I'm like, I don't know, like, it's not bad, but it's just also like,
Yeah.
it's like, I think there is more issues than just it being woke, but I also think that shoving in politics and all that and political agendas in gaming, whether it be right or left, is bad either way.
Like I know. So Hunty put a new chat in.
Dragon Age has always had a person that was one kind of gaze, but it isn't why Veilguard failed. It's just a bad game and focused on some modern politics rather than keeping it fantasy. Yeah.
I think a major reason it
Like,
failed. I think after Inquisition and Trespasser, David Gator, like who was the main writer for the games, 1, 2, and 3. I think he left, if I remember correctly.
Because like I know that they brought back a couple of old what was it? They brought a couple of old devs to Dragon Age, and they were very much like they were good developers because they worked on the original Dragon Age games, but for some reason it's just they just couldn't bring that magic because, well, the shit was already done, like the writing was already completed. And in terms of like gay characters, like I think Veilguard, like I actually don't mind it when characters are just open with their, like I do kind of prefer characters to be locked off to a certain gender they like. But at the same time, it's like, say if there's this really hot, attractive character that I want to like romance and pursue, and then there's like, no, you need to be gay to romance them. It's like, man, let me romance them. So I do kind of concede that I appreciate that Veilguard was like, all right, all characters, if you're gay, trans, whatever, if you're male, female, trans, whatever, you can romance any character. I'm like, cool, awesome, I like that. But like, I don't know, man. Everyone feels like openly, you know, gay. It feels like it's like a double-edged sword, you know.
So do you know about this like rumor for Veilguard that it is originally a live service game?
It was originally a live service game.
Yeah.
So what happened with Veilguard was, you can clearly tell with the game design, because it was originally supposed to be a single-player game. EA got involved, and they're like, no, we're changing this to a live service game. Because early on, it was supposed to be a follow-up to Inquisition, like a proper follow-up. And then early on it got nixed, and then they were like, all right, let's make it a live service game. So they pivoted to that, and the dialogue is very reflective of it. So much so that they were like, okay, dialogue done.
Wait, why am I not seeing
dialogue done, and then
Hunty's chat?
Oh, it popped up in the live chat. So Hunty's chat popped up in the live chat because I guess the word gay is the reason why.
Oh, okay.
So that's why it didn't pop up in the top chat. It was the word gay.
I'll keep it over here in all messages for me.
Yeah, fair enough. But when it came to like pivoting to like after the creative switch up after fucking Anthem, they did a single player game, and by then it was too late. Dorian in Inquisition was gay, but it wasn't made to be his personality. Exactly. Dorian was gay.
So
they didn't make
so
it
the
his
reason
personality.
the reason for that is David Gator, and he basically wrote a good portion of Dragon Age Origins 2 and Inquisition. So he was like the main guy for the games, but he left after Trespasser, which was the final DLC for Inquisition.
Also, hi Razor, welcome to
What's up,
the
Razor?
stream, my dear girl. Great to see you.
Like,
As a paid up member,
the reason I put this on is because, like, you know, I don't want to get accusations of just like skewing videos to one side. So
of the tofu eating homosexual wokarati,
Skinny, androgynous teenager with shit hair.
you'd think that I would be pleased to see
Okay,
an end to the
pause,
burial
pause,
game.
pause, 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 pause.
Yeah,
pause,
you know what kind of video this is gonna be.
Pause. So that character, do not defend her. No one played that game. Leave it alone. It's done. It's done. Just you lost. Take the L on that. And I do agree with Master Gower. I like Neon, but I am suspicious of all games that use it. Half the time, it's Neon for the sake of being Neon. The other half of the time, it's more insidious. Bisexual lighting. I wouldn't say insidious, but it is a... Like, whenever you see neon lighting, I am very much like, is this going to be a gay game, or is it going to be a game that uses 80s neon aesthetic, which I do like. Because I do like the neon coloring. Like, and that's why I'm really excited for Vice City, not Vice City, GTA 6. Because, like, they use some, like, neon sort of coloring, and I'm like, okay, all right, I like it. All right, let's go.
But Tony, if you
there
listen
are some
to
really cool character lighting.
But Tony, if you listen to Quasar, he says it's the most woke gay game of all time.
Okay, if we get around to watching a Razer video,
No, not Razer.
I don't think that's gonna be the
Quasar.
wokest game of all time.
Yeah.
No, Quasar. Sorry, Quasar. I mixed up there. I see Razer just in the chat right now. So, like, she fucking calls me out. What do I fucking do, Razer? What do I fucking do? But Quasar, like, I saw a couple of his videos, like thumbnails, and I'm like, okay. But you're gonna have to, like,
Trope, and a
show
happy
me
ending to Max and Chloe's story from Life is Strange in Life is Strange Reunion.
So after this, we'll go to the
However,
Quasar video,
something
and then
actually
we'll
strange is happening, and it's
we'll get
not
into the
rewind
main
time
video,
kind.
which is pretty much might be the last one for the night because of how long the actual.
It is a long video, guys. We probably I'm gonna be honest, guys. We probably won't be doing reactions today on this channel, on this stream, because this video is an hour long and it's long. But also, I'm gonna be honest. This video, I'm just like, oh
And it doesn't have anything to do with Tash from Dragon Age: The Veilguard.
What'd you say?
It's like Tash from Dragon Age. She's a bad character. Like, she's just a bad character that does push her, like, identity politics in it out of nowhere. Like, she's like, oh, I'm actually a they instead of a she, and I'm like, huh? What?
Having they-them pronouns. The problem is, of course, freewheeling market capitalism, baby.
For the years,
There is the
No.
politics.
Pause. So, okay, let me tell you why it failed. All of the above. You push in meme-worthy politics bullshit where a woman is forced to do, like, above, which is push-ups when you misgender someone. Really? Like, why can't we just be like, oh, I'm sorry, and then move on? Like, I don't get that. It's like, oh, I'm sorry. They feel like that. It's like, personally, I do think, I just, why? Why can't we just move on? Why do we have to grandstand and be like, I'm going to do some push-ups to, like, show myself being better?
Razorson in the chat.
Yeah, it's like, okay, what did Razor say? I've heard nothing but bad things about her from so many people across the board. Sorry, they. Yeah, so Tash is a she, but then she identifies as a they. And what's funny is if she dies, the character fucking Isabella, right? They didn't fix her dialogue. The character Isabella fucking dies. So Tash dies, and Isabella reacts to her as she, not they. even though she's like, I misgendered her, so I'm going to pull above and do push-ups. It's so funny. It's like, why do this shit?
Been many games, characters, and franchises we've all wished would return.
The Marxist theorist Mark Fisher popularized the theory of hauntology, a term originally coined by the French philosopher Derrida. In our late capitalist society, things feel so bleak and unoptimistic that we look to the past and nostalgia in our art, rather than creating new
Cal,
ideas.
There is a
The future
video.
has disappeared.
So there is a video that Master Gal would like you to react to, and it's Star Trek: The Soviet Generation. It's like an AI video, but we can react to that another time if you want. You can put it on the list of things to watch, or it is like 3 or so minutes or something.
How much? How long?
Like 3 or so minutes or so. It's in the Discord.
Yeah, we could do that. We'll just do this video for next time.
Thank God, because like seeing that, I'm like, oh my God, this video was wow. Also, Hansi, congrats! Found an ultra rare dino, but it isn't red or blue. Interesting. So is
this
colored?
this is on your Discord, right, Tony?
Yeah, it should be in the Discord.
Stuff you want to look at? Is it under there or? Oh yeah, I see it.
Yeah, it should be there. You've been tagged in it.
Close this and might put it on it, or it might not. Let me see.
From the ashes of bourgeois idealism rises a new dawn of interstellar unity.
Okay, we're good.
Welcome aboard the Engels Prize D,
I have
flagship
seen
of the
this,
Socialist Federation of Planets.
Oh my God.
Its mission, to bring liberation to the stars, whether they ask for it or not. The ship is commanded by the ever-composed Captain Picardov, a man whose boldness is rivaled only by his ideological purity. Commander Data, a marvel of synthetic engineering, programmed with the combined logic of Federation science and the teachings of Karl Marx. When confronted with the contradiction between rational inquiry and state-mandated ideology, he experienced a fatal error and burst into flames. The crew mourned and immediately accused him of harboring counter-revolutionary software. But the ship's true authority is Supreme Commissar Spokovich. His cold Vulcan logic proved perfectly suited for party politics and the art of systematic betrayal. His greatest triumph came during the Great Purge of 2137, when he personally condemned his former captain. The man who once saved his life was sentenced to re-education on Rura Penthi. Worf, the honorable warrior from House Proletariat, finds solace in the Federation's violent enforcement of economic justice. He advises photon torpedo strikes at the first sign of market competition. Dr. Krusharova treats illness the same way she treats dissent, with permanent sedation. Her son, Comrade Wesley, now long missing, was last seen questioning the efficiency of warp core safety protocols. The state's official report declared that he ascended to a higher plane of socialism. Councillor Troyevich was assigned as part of the Federation's DEI initiative. Her primary function is to provide visual morale to the male officers. Her uniform was custom designed by Comrade Riker. Riker was praised for his contributions to the socialist cause, shortly before his imprisonment for hoarding forbidden instruments. No enemy was greater than Ferenginar, home of the galaxy's most unrepentant capitalists. Its markets were unregulated, its profits obscene. So the Federation rained down 45 megatons of economic justice upon them. The Grand Nagus lies buck-broken upon the floor of the throne room, as the fires of Marxist purification consume Ferenginar. The survivors now harvest potatoes on Sirius A. But even glorious victories have costs. Following the liberation of Ferenginar, the Engels Prize's warp core experienced a minor deviation. Chief Engineer Laforgev assured command that all readings were nominal. They were not.
Holy shit.
Officer Dyatlov, veteran of the Chernobyl station, confidently advised Captain Picardov, warp cores don't explode, Comrade Captain. It is physically impossible. Moments later, a containment breach triggered a catastrophic plasma release. The Engels Prize was lost. The crew perished as heroes of the revolution. Following the peaceful liberation of Ferenginar, a fearsome race known as the Borg arrived at the Federation's borders. But the Federation did not fear them. Quite the opposite. The Borg were welcomed with open arms. Many eagerly volunteered for assimilation, praising it as the final stage of ideological purity. Star Trek: The Soviet Generation. Coming soon to...
Oh my God. Holy fucking shit. That's great.
Yeah, so thoughts on the video, Cal?
Ah, it's fucking great.
Yeah, it's certainly it's certainly something. Mastergal asks, better than Starfleet Academy.
Yep. I would rather watch an entire series of that over Starfleet.
What are you talking about? What are you talking about, Cal? How dare you? Starfleet Academy is a 10 out of 10 show. It is peak.
Oh boy.
Oh, good to know. It's just that saucy stuff. Do you want to get into the main event of the video? Because it is an hour long.
Fine. Let's get to it.
I'm just saying, dude, it's a long one.
Okay, so before we get into the main one, I'll just put this trailer on because I'm not sure if anyone has seen this, but in my opinion, this kind of goes towards like copyright infringement to a degree. Let's see. That's the game trailer.
Huh. Looks
Does it look
very familiar.
Yeah, like I can't place where I've seen it, Tony.
Yeah, I can't place my finger on it. It's a bit weird. Huh. It's yeah, this is not familiar at all, guys.
Gemini X.
Nope. Not familiar at all.
It seems like something that a certain company would get upset about.
Yeah, it's like it reminds me of it rhymes with Crapcon. I don't know.
Yeah. So let's get into this shit.
Greetings, and today
now I have not seen this video, but Cal was like, I couldn't last 3 minutes in this video, so let's get into the main topic of this video. I don't know how long I'm gonna be here.
Oh,
I
I'm
don't
more
want to be any
interested
more than,
in the
like,
Starfinder game. That's fair. Looks.
but, this is the main topic of today, and it's just.
Did you see what Master Gawa said?
I wouldn't play this totally not a clone of anything. Yeah, exactly. It's not a clone of anything. Come on, guys. It's not. Looks
Never
actually
been
fun
done
for a
before.
brand new game that's never been done before. Exactly. Never been done before. It's completely different.
we take a look at James Babyface Bond and his quest to make England great again or something. Firstly, and most importantly, don't pay $80 for this trash, okay? This game has you sign like 3 different
It
ULAs
is a
and
lot of
privacy
money,
policies,
so
and
I wouldn't like as a Bond fan. I mean, I picked it up day one. I pre-ordered it because I'm a big, massive Bond fan. and I wouldn't say pick it up unless you're like a Bond fan, like at full price. Like even then, I'm just like, maybe wait on it. But if it's on sale, get it. It's a fun game.
Also runs Denuvo anti-tamper. That should be an immediate avoid for you. Avoid this game. Also, they want you to sign up for some shitty online service or something. I don't really give a shit about that, but yeah, you will get harassed before even starting the game to sign up and sign in and sign 3 different things before the game even starts. Now I will go over all the features that the game offers you as well as a story recap, but needless to say, this is a generic...
Oh, Nyx is here. Hey Nyx, have you heard about the new shirts that I'm making?
Oh, fucking hell. Go ahead, tell him.
So, I've got 2 things that I'm working at. The designs are already drawn out and stuff. I just need to you know, pay the graphic designers and stuff to make them. So, the first shirt is already drawn out. It's Tony getting pulled into a furry closet by Daxonar.
Oh my god. What is my life become?
And then the other one I want to put on a mug is Tony staring at someone in a fursuit from the back and saying, and then under the tagline it says in parentheses, totally not a furry.
Thanks, Carl. Thanks, Carl, you bastard. Oh my god.
Hey, you'll get half of the profits.
Taking half of the profits, I'm taking your half too, you fucker. I heard the shirts are just a promo for the animated short Tony wants to debut on Orange YouTube. Fuck you, Master Gower. Fuck off, you bastard. Oh, I hate you guys.
As generic as they come in terms of modern 3D person action games with light stealth elements, whatever you want to call this genre, Sony game. There is nothing challenging.
Did you read what Nick said, Tony?
Totally not. Sure, yeah. Thanks, Nyx.
In this game, even on the highest difficulty, the gameplay boils down to 3 flavors of pressing 2 or 3 buttons to win every encounter. The AI is effectively brain dead. The puzzles are not puzzles at all. The story is mid at best. The plot is convoluted, bending itself into a pretzel to fit the theme. You can't really do anything out of order. There is no emergent gameplay. It's all age.
Oh my lord. She says best community ever. Yeah, the fucking bullying of me. Thanks. When viral marketing for your channel, whatever works. Oh yeah, sure, yeah, totally.
Generic B-plot movie crammed into a game that is permanently on rails and forces you along predetermined paths to a set conclusion. There's no freedom of action in this game. The characters are either geniuses or dumb as rocks, depending on, you know, what the game demands at a specific moment. And the main villain is as obvious as bright daylight, and the villain is also written just essentially the way you would expect any modern day villain to be written as. There isn't a single character in the game that
I will say the villain is in the villain/villains of First Light. They are very like, they get introduced and you're obviously like, oh, he's the bad guy, because like there is like with the previous Bond movies there was like, oh, a big bombastic villain. These villains, they feel very much like Christastos from For Your Eyes Only, who were very much like, oh yeah, they're trying to do a good thing, but they're also like, well, I say doing a good thing, they're kind of just dudes that are just evil. They're just on the opposite side of Bond. That's about it. Like, they're not deliciously evil. The Sun character is evil, is like deliciously evil, but like he gets a fucking mech suit by the end of it, and we don't get enough time with a lot of these bad guy characters. We don't get enough time with them.
Feel for or get interested in Bond's closest team members he trains with and basically gets initiated, get immediately wiped off the plane of existence, and then you're stuck with your mentor figure. At least they try to endear you to that one character in particular, that being the archetypal mentor figure that first doesn't like Bond, and then they bond over shared experiences until they become friends. That's the only character that the game even attempts to make you feel something for. The rest of the cast is a
Razor.
I kind of that's the new type of villain though, not the balls out evil. It's the usually bad for the right reasons or misunderstood bad guy. This guy, like the bad guy in this is just like, I mean, it's clearly laying the groundwork for the second game where it's gonna deal with an evil organization. This game is very much like, okay, it's a simple plot about you need to uncover like who these guys are and what's happening, and that's about it, really. It is like, if anything, the story of this is mainly focused on Bond and his mentor. The bad guys are just an obstacle. That's my criticism of the story.
Forgettable mishmash of totally generic ESG approved diverse characters of all shapes and sizes that you will just never ever remember again after the game is over. In short, either don't get this game at all or get it at a steep discount within like a year or so. First Light is your run-of-the-mill third-person action stealth game with a modern paint of Unreal Engine 5 graphics applied. Basically, have you ever played a modern Hitman or a story-driven Sony game or any other modern slop game in the past 2 to 5 years, then you know exactly how this game will play out. If you see 5 minutes of gameplay, you have seen everything. Not a joke, you have seen everything this game has to offer. First, you need to accept the fact that the game will force you into long walking sections and cutscenes pretty much from the beginning. The cutscene to gameplay sections are almost about 50-50 in the game. If you don't like that, then I would argue you probably shouldn't play the game in the first place, because this is, for all intents and purposes, a movie game.
I will meet him halfway with this point. So with the whole overly cinematic things and like immersion of like you doing that, one of the best aspects of Arkham Asylum was that opening moment where you're just walking through when you're walking through the asylum, and it could have been an easy cutscene, but instead what they did was, okay, let's just strip it back. Let's strip it back and let's just have you being immersed as Batman walking through the asylum. And one of the best things about the game From Russia with Love was the sequence where you get your briefing from M and then you move on to Q Lab. That's a small moment where you're being very much immersed in James Bond. I do think this game does overplay it, and I will concede that.
That's fair. Now, I haven't played
the worst during the beginning and the training arc, so the first 2 to 3 hours of the game and the story. Exactly when you should try and rope players in with interesting gameplay, but I kind of suspect that the slow burn precisely exists because it's supposed to try and bridge the 2-hour refund window, although I have no idea why.
Razor said, my kid played a shit ton of Hitman. This is definitely Bond skinned Hitman vibes.
Yeah.
It's a Hitman with a better like melee combat system.
Why you would try and bore your players to death, because that leads to people dropping the game earlier. I actively timed my play sessions on the first day, and yes, basically.
Yeah.
Like with Hitman, it's like when you're in a gunfight, you're it's debate on if you're actually able to get out of there alive. At least the last The last one. The Warner
until
Assassination game.
you are through all of the preamble and the introductions and the character cutscenes and the training montages, more than 2 hours have passed. And at that point, you haven't seen any.
I'm waiting for when we get a Hitman game where you can basically become John Wick.
Significant gameplay at all. And it's exactly this part of the game that is by far the weakest. Since it's even more on rails than the other parts of the game, it is extremely confined to these training play spaces, should you actually get to play the game. And further missions that follow all of these training montages are at least set in a larger overall area and give you more quote-unquote free.
Hey Tony, didn't you say you wanted to watch Quasar's video of Hitman, or not Hitman, 007, his review?
Well, if you want to do that, we can do that, as long as you can find it.
But it takes quite a while until you reach your actual first big mission. And I mean like a Hitman style open map type mission. Well, the maps aren't really open, but more about that later. I suspect a lot of players might have put the game down before they even reached that point, since that beginning part, the first 3 to 4 hours, are extremely boring, extremely patronizing in the way Bond gets shown the ropes and he gets trained, to the point where it could have been cut from the game entirely. Basically, in that early part of the game, you have 2 to 3 voices in your head throwing commands and
saying, Tony?
Okay, hold on. So it's not really patronizing. He's just, I mean, he just got recruited into MI6 and he's the newbie. He's just thrown into it. But like the thing is though, is that after like that sequence, you go to the Q lab, they're like fucking fawning over Bond. They're like, oh my God, it's him. He's the fucking legend who did that. Oh my God. And you know, they treat Bond with respect in that regard where they're like, oh God. So like, you know, that's how it is. And also with the training sequence, there's the reason why they have 2 different voices is because those are the 2 voices where these are 2 characters. You've got Monroe, who is your big who's your big buff guy who's like, you should go and, you know, fisticuffs, you know, go in fighting. And then you got Cassandra or Cassidy. I can't recall her name, but the female character's like, you should go in stealthily and all that. But the thing is though, is that you could skip that whole training sequence.
Right.
You can actually skip it. And I'm not even kidding. What you need to do is you go down. Okay, there is a video where you can go down, you can unlock the gate, and then you can walk the other way, go up to where the recruits are, go where to the other recruits are. There's a bit of dialogue where they go, oh, Bond, what are you doing now? And then he's like, do the unexpected. And then what happens is you can literally skip through the entire training sequence, maybe knock down one guy, go up the thing and steal the flag in like a matter of seconds. They didn't have to do that. They could have just forced you into the map sort of thing, the training map. But they didn't.
Wasn't the
They allowed you to be
argument
like,
from
"No, you
the argument from the devs? I haven't played the game, but they've said that there's multiple ways to clear missions.
Yeah, there are multiple ways to clear missions. But like in this sort of like, this is the training thing. You can completely skip it if you really wanted to. But it's like a hidden dialogue thing where they don't, guess what? They don't overtly tell you where you could skip it.
That I like. 1 second. I'll be back. You mind keeping the chat entertained, Tony?
God, you leave me with these animals where they're just gonna eat me alive.
You're welcome, Tony.
Thanks, really appreciate that. Hello, chat. Welcome. How are you gonna insult me today? Great, lovely. Okay. So, how's everyone doing? Entertain us? Well, Razor, what would you like to be entertained about? It is me, your lovely Australian Tony Down Under guy. How's it going? Oh, God. So, how's your week been? It's been a very rough week for me, but that's okay. I'll be back probably this week with some streaming. I'm not sure if it'll be a regular day-to-day stream. I will try and get in as much streams as possible. I don't want to like push in the stream, put in a stream schedule where I have to cancel. I'll try and stream as much as I can, but I want to get back into scheduling soon. possibly when things settle down. It's okay to like bad games, Tony. I mean, listen, this isn't a bad game. It does have a lot of aspects that are some drawbacks, but I will say that there are a lot of issues with this game. And I do like a bunch of bad games. Objectively, Alpha Protocol is a bad game. It is glitchy mess. Its gameplay, the gunplay is not great. The combat is very simplistic, but I enjoy Alpha Protocol. It's a fun game. There are a ton of games where I'm just like, this isn't good, but I do enjoy it. From a technical standpoint, it's a mess. From Hitman series standpoint, it's dumbed down a lot. So from a technical standpoint, I would say that it is a mixed bag in terms of like in terms of graphic wise. I didn't have any issues with it per se. Because I remember playing it. I think early on, like the frame rates were a bit iffy, but like it sort of smoothed out, and I didn't have any problems with it after that. How's Gasaraki so far? Gasaraki's not too bad. I think I watched that. I've been a bit busy, so I haven't gotten back into it, but I did watch episode 4, which I did enjoy. I think it's getting there for me. I think the first 3 episodes were a bit of a hurdle, but I did watch episode 4. I think actually before I was on stream, so I actually did enjoy that. I think it's getting there for me. In terms of Hitman, I will say though that Hitman was very restrictive with what you're able to do. Like, you're not able to get into like gunfights a lot because Agent 47, he's good, but like in terms of like combat wise, he can be a step down. I do think that the Hitman in what was the game? Absolution, he was able to like do combat a bit better. But yeah, Gasaraki, I watched episode 4 and I'm like, yeah, it's I think it's getting there for me. I think I'm like, I've gotten over the hurdle of the first 3 episodes. I thought episode 4 is like, it's certainly getting there. And Hunty posted in the Discord. What did she post? It is a shirt idea. Hunty, I'm not in charge of the stream, girl, so I can't show it. But what the actual fuck, girl? Why are you doing this to me? What is this?
Oh,
why are you doing this to me?
So we have a shirt commission. Let's see this.
Fuck you, Cal! Don't you dare! No. Fuck you, Auntie.
I gotta see this. Let's see on Discord. Let's see.
Yeah, it's on Discord.
Wow.
You guys are bullying me hard, yeah. God.
Gonna have to use that.
Fuck you, Cal. You're an asshole. Yeah, Nick says, yeah, Cal, don't just show it, promote it. Ugh. You guys suck. If you want to see it, Cal, you should probably download it and then just, I don't know, share it to the Google screen.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing.
And yeah, Razor, it's in the meme chat in my channel. Christ.
There we go. Saved.
I will say, when it comes to the game itself, 007 First Light, it does have a like some of the reactions of enemies, they can be very simplistic, which is a bit unfortunate, but I guess that's the trade-off for like more action-heavy stuff from what they have said. So like they literally compromise that, which I'm like, that sucks. I stole a scene from Has Been Hotel since Cal said the exact scenario. Yeah, thanks, Auntie. Real nice. It looks pretty, but how is it that whenever you pick up something, that thing stays on screen in time, in screen in the same place, or enemies defeated by a door or literal regions unless they are fixed, they won't react. Yeah. So I will say, when I was playing the game, there were times. So I did play it off stream. There were times where the enemies like caught me, and that's literally because they put their head up and then they just saw me like knock out some guy, or they heard me. So I'm like, fuck, god damn it. So I ended up like, because like some of these challenges, it's like don't get caught, and then because of you make one, like you're like a millisecond off, an enemy sees you, and you're like, fuck. So you have to like redo the challenge again. So it's like, god damn it. But yeah, thanks, Nix, for handing out the coffee. Nix, you don't get a coffee. Fuck you. I even though you gave her a coffee, Nix, Hunter, you shouldn't give him that many coffees and popcorn. Seriously? What is this bullshit? You guys suck, man. I'm being bullied for no reason.
Ah.
You're not going to show the image?
Oh yeah, I'm gonna show the image in a second. I just wanted to.
Oh God.
To share this. I actually want this shirt. Let me see if I can. I might get rid of this for a sec. Let's see.
Oh joy.
I'm gonna make it bigger so people can see.
Now, what's the shirt?
Now, if you know what that's from,
we can't see. You need to make it bigger.
Bigger?
Oh shit! I see that. I know what it's from. I haven't seen the show, but I know what it is.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah. I really want that shirt. That's actually funny. I know the fusion pose, but not sure where the image is from. The characters are from Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood. That's all I'm gonna say.
I don't know if I could still do.
Oh, never mind. Oh, Hunty. Never mind, indeed.
I don't know if I could still do the voice. Edward. There we go.
Oh God. I haven't seen the fucking thing, but I know the meme.
Okay. Let's just swap this.
So you're gonna show the other image?
Yeah, I am. I'm going down to it now.
Because everyone can see it, but Nick's, because he's not in the Discord anymore, because he's like he deleted his Discord. Which I'm like, that's sad, but oh well. It's for privacy reasons. Oh,
It'll
God.
update in the video in a second. It'll just take a minute.
I don't like this cow.
Show us on your. Oh.
I hate you guys. Guys
Holy
suck.
shit! This is great.
I don't like it. This sucks.
Razor says, love it.
Love it. I hate it, Razor. I fucking hate it.
A plus plus.
Yeah, thanks, Razor. Fucking yay. Oh my god. Tony, show us on your furry costume where Cal touched you. Well, I don't have a fucking furry costume, so nowhere.
Tony goes to Anthrocon.
I don't like Has-Been Hotel itself, but this the scene is perfect. I haven't seen Has-Been Hotel, so I can't really judge it. Oh, lordy lord, this is bullshit.
I better change it back to something else. You know, something that would make
for the
Tony
better.
happy.
God, what are you gonna change it now?
Don't worry about it, brother. You'll see.
Cal, what are you doing? I don't wanna, man.
Don't worry, man. You'll be fine.
It's not fine and you know it, Cal. Oh no. No.
No, what?
Why are you showing me this shit?
What do you mean?
Fuck that chair. Fuck Starfleet Academy. Fuck this.
I kept on to that image for that exact reason. Now I'll just do this one. Let me do this.
No, I don't want to do no. I don't want to do this show anymore, Cal.
Why?
I don't want to do this show anymore. The show's dead to me. I'm done.
Dead to you?
Yeah, I'm gonna do the episode 10. That's gonna be our final episode, and that's it. No more. I'm done.
That one's not bad.
But yay me, I get fucking great images. Yay. Can't wait to get a fucking t-shirt of myself being fucking dragged into a closet by Dax. Lovely. Fucking great. I'm taking half your commission, fucking Cal. Fuck you.
What I do?
You came up with the idea. I'm taking half of it if you're not gonna appear in it. And it's using my fucking likeness, doing stuff like that. Oh no, buddy. Whoa, buddy. I gotta get my half of you, buddy.
No, I'm gonna be in the I'm gonna be on the shirt as well. I'm gonna be waving goodbye.
Oh, okay. Well, that makes it all the more better. Oh, that wasn't a closet. It's a whole room. Yes, Hunty, but the thing is, though, is that Cal wants me to go in a fucking closet.
Solutions and approaches at you at all times during the first three
I
big...
don't think the image, the video is on screen. Oh, I know it is now, but it's the... Okay, it's sorted out now. Yeah.
Yeah, just
big
take
gameplay sections while Bond is still in quote-unquote training. That is either the voice of Moneypenny or the voice of your 2 training partners. While this obviously is a modern game, and so having voices in your head will be common throughout the entire game, as well as Bond himself speaking to himself to blurt out problem solutions and tutorials, but at least after the training arc is over, it gets slightly better during the later missions. Therefore, I'm kind of astonished that they chose to start the game off that way. It gives the player a very negative and also a very wrong impression as to how the later missions will flow. The basics of First Light's gameplay are light investigation and infiltration, a hand-to-hand combat system, stealth, and kind of generic gadgets that you can use. And also the stealth system is the most generic implementation you have seen.
Hold on, generic gadgets. Oh, hold on. Whoa, buddy, hold on. I'm sorry. You're telling me. Okay, hold on. You're telling me that a fucking rocket launcher pen is fairly standard? Sorry, what? The laser watch sort of thing? That's a classic. You can't remove that. Well, what is this? I'm sorry. What is this?
Tony,
Fucking nah.
we got some chats to catch up on.
Oh God, what are you forcing me to read it, or are you gonna read it?
Do you want to read it?
So you can't ask me that. Ugh, fine. All right, let's see what chat has to say. All right. You're already in there? Fuck you, Hunty. Tony's gonna take one for the team. What do you mean take one for the team? I don't want to go in there. Fuck you guys. I'll throw you guys in there. You're so far in that you can see Narnia. What do you mean, Hunty? This is bullshit. I'm not in the fucking closet. Fuck you. I'm out of the closet. Tony immediately has a moment. Yeah, I have a fucking moment because I don't want to go in the fucking closet.
Isn't that what someone who's in the closet would say, Tony?
Seen, and the combat system is also the most generic implementation of the system you've seen, and the little bit of
okay, I'm just fucking with you.
weapons combat that you can do is also the most generic third-person shooting you have ever seen. Every single mission and situation in this game boils down to either you using one of the Q gadgets to overcome a quote-unquote challenge, and if you can even call it a challenge, you can just alternatively use one of the many conveniently available progression MacGuffins, which I chose to call because
I find the character attractive. Doesn't make me a fucking furry.
some of the Bond just finds solutions lying around in the environment, like a press pass and a singular open window.
It's like you said before, that's Zootopia reviews always gonna haunt me.
Not just any open window, and you can't.
Like, listen, I did it for the fucking jokes and the memes, and what do I get? Oh, I get, yeah, everyone fucking pops it out. Yeah, I did a trailer reaction. You know what's funny? I did those videos because I'm like, they're gonna make a ton of views. And guess what? They made a ton of fucking views because I knew what you fucking degenerates are like. Because I knew what it was happening. I got as soon as I was like, okay, I know what the degenerates are like. So I uploaded a fucking trailer video, a fucking review, and they did relatively well because I knew what you degenerates were like. I'm like, I know what the people want.
You ever think about doing like, so some of your other older videos that did well, Tony? You ever think about doing any of those retrospectives again, like on Arkham Knight? Like the short videos?
So I did an Arkham Asylum review. I need to I need to play I'm actually going through Arkham. What is it? Arkham City, was it? I've recorded like a bit of gameplay from that because I want to do an Arkham City retrospective, but I need to work on my Gasaraki series because I watched episode 4 just before the stream. So I'm gonna sit down, probably watch Gasaraki, and then work on that review before I get into an Arkham.
So Hunty,
City review.
The easiest way I've been able to find ways where YouTube won't block my comments on the comment section is, and I think Tony told me, is to put your stuff in air quotes. like in quotes.
Yeah, so Nick's told me, and Nick says that if you need to like put something, put it in a lot of quotation marks. It won't let me put in the rainbow emote. Gee, thanks.
Open any windows? No. He finds the single open window that he's
Master Gawa says he's not a furry yet. Nobody is until their first time.
allowed to climb through, and then some
Thank
other
you. I'm
obvious
not a
progression
furry and I
methods.
don't wanna be
And
a
of course,
furry.
a lot of the game's runtime will revolve around abusing the
You're out now,
horrifically
congrats.
stupid
Fuck you,
enemy
Humphrey.
AI
You
as
guys
they
suck.
haplessly patrol around,
Don't
or
take my
they
words with
literally
double
just
meaning.
stand there in one spot during their idle animations while Bond can run circles around them without any of them
Tony's over here. Oh, well, Fight the Hype was fun while it lasted.
noticing. The AI is so stupid, they won't hear you beat up a guy next door unless they are explicitly summoned as reinforcements. I even had situations where I shot
so Nick
someone with an
clarifies,
unsilenced weapon.
Nix clarifies that this is not 100% safe either, but has higher chance of being shown because of its quote, because it's in quotations. Fair enough. And Razor comes up with being in quotation marks, being gay is against TOS now. Jesus.
Or killed someone with
You know, I know you bought the game and all, Tony, but I'm gonna put it under the same point that I did for World of Assassination and the Hitman games. I just waited till like a year or two when there was a shit ton of content in it.
I'm gonna be honest. I don't know if they're gonna support this game as much, but based off like sales, it sold 3 million copies. Like they said sold. So, and everyone was saying, oh, it needs to make 200 million. It needs to sell 2 million copies to make back its budget. Well, it sold 3 million copies. So it clearly made its budget of $200 million apparently, and then some. So it's clear that this game was a success. So it is very likely that we'll probably get more content in the future and all that stuff.
You might not get as much content as you do in Hitman, but
to be fair though, like they could like they have the perfect opportunity to like sell like essentially DLC packs. Like, oh, you want to play the or like even like just have them as free updates or whatnot. It's like, oh, do you want to buy the Goldfinger DLC where you have to like infiltrate Fort Knox? Oh, do you want to play the Tomorrow Never Dies level in like Carver's stealth boats or something like that? Do you want to play Facility in GoldenEye? You know, you got stuff like that.
I mean, we might see crossover packs because we somewhat saw it to a degree. You could kill Mads Mikkelsen in the in one of the DLCs for Hitman.
In the Hitman, yeah. I did play that DLC to get the exclusive skin for First Light.
And I think there's like supposed to be a co-op mode coming out for Hitman with two characters that aren't Hitman.
with an explosion.
That aren't Agent 40. Yeah, they announced this a while ago. So you're supposed to play as two separate characters that aren't Agent 47.
Oh, fair enough.
And
they did say they were going to support the game up to 2029 for World of Assassination. So
okay.
10 meters away, there was a guy still doing his idle animations, completely oblivious. They don't resuscitate their unconscious teammates, and if bodies are found, which you can't hide bodies in this game, the only thing that happens if a body is found is that maybe the enemies will kind of start a basic patrol pattern. That's the only thing that happens.
A criticism I do have with the game is that when it comes to the fist fights, it is very much like enemies wait their turn sometimes. It can feel like that. So that is a bit that I will grant that fist fighting combat can be can be a bit simplistic. Not exactly if you take into consideration the seller cut like Steam, Sony, Xbox, other publisher cut. well, they self-publish, so for them it doesn't matter marketing. Yeah, but I'm just saying, like, it clearly is somewhat of a success, and it's still relatively growing. So it's most likely that they're going to make another one. They're gonna make another one most likely. Don't know, but the thing is though is that because it's in the hands of Amazon, they could make a first-person game without IO. They could make it a different sort of game that doesn't have to include IO, which I do want because I don't want like you can have the IO games be like their own thing, but have this James Bond be the game James Bond face. Have him be like in a first-person shooter game, like sort of like GoldenEye, that sort of thing.
Jeez, did it fix it?
Go on higher alert. They just kind of start slowly patrolling around. Bond is also...
They did say, they said they were toying with the idea of doing DLCs for this game in different time periods, Tony.
Okay, so you'd have like the DLC pack for like you only live twice sort of underground the volcano map. So that'd be cool. Don't know if it will actually happen, but no, that'd be neat. I like that.
They haven't said whether or not in the DLC packs you'd play as different Bonds, but they did say they talked to Timothy Dalton about
also not allowed to harm civilians. And that extends to getting into spaces that are guarded by non-civilian security personnel. So you can never just punch your way through a situation, which means in these specific cases, you will...
He's a guy who doesn't get a lot of credit as an actor.
Who?
Timothy Dalton.
Oh, Timothy Dalton, he's great.
Yeah.
Either rely on a Q gadget, which, let's be honest, the Q gadgets do indeed harm and hurt people quite a lot, actually. I imagine getting lasers in your eyes that blind you is not very...
Wait, what's Nix's...
I don't know, man. It's fucking fun as shit lasering a guy's eye. It's great.
What did Nick say? It feels like somebody infiltrated and replaced IO and used the Hitman original idea. Well, here's a little fun fact. When they originally came up with the idea of Hitman, and I think the CEO talked about this at IO.
It was a Bond game.
Yeah. Because the entire idea was they were going to the I think the Broccoli family, right? And asking to make a Bond game, and they told them no.
Also, I wouldn't say they just skinned it as a Bond game. It is very inspired by Hitman, sure, but it is a bit more bombastic. Like you're actually able to get into gunfights, you're able to like properly get into fisticuffs and all of that. Rather than Hitman, where it's very much a deliberate sort of assassination game, where you can do it in phenomenal, like drastic, amazing ways. But you know,
it's a similar story to the was it Lara Croft games? Because originally they were. So
yeah, they did a couple of the Lara Croft games, if I remember correctly, because I know that there was one game where I think it was like they had two of their characters in Lara Croft, not Hitman, it was that fucking Kane and Lynch game. Yeah, Kane and Lynch.
Yeah. The one that got Gerstmann fired.
Yeah, that was funny.
Healthy, and getting infected with a chemical substance is also not very healthy. But you're not allowed to punch a guy. No, but you're allowed to use the Q gadgets on them. It's totally different. That's harming people in a different way that you're allowed to do as a spy. But even if you don't have a Q gadget available, or you don't
hold on, you're able to fight back. You're unable to you're unable to just kill. You're able to use fisticuffs. You're able to fight. I was able to do that multiple times in the game, even off screen when I was just playing the game. You're able to fight.
Oh, you're just not able to kill?
Yeah, you have to like wait until your license to kill is permitted. Which again, I hate that system. And that is another criticism I have of the game. You still have to rely on the license. You know, the best mission in the game is literally the Vietnam mission. And you know why? Because it opens up. Your license to kill is permitted. You got a silenced pistol. You're able to do a bit of infiltration. There's the mission is like the whole package. That is what I love. Like that is a highlight. That's a highlight of the game because it is such classic Bonds. You've got Bonds going to a vast location, Vietnam. You're able to have him interact with a beautiful woman. You're able to sneak around and do many things. And then
Don't a
all
lot
of a
of
sudden,
the women
the
say
woman,
he's like fucking hot and shit?
I mean, he is better than your average British man. Let's be honest.
Yeah,
But
no, but like,
and he's also he's Irish, so.
no, I meant like, so a lot of the NPCs will say that in the background.
Oh, I mean, yeah. I mean, I get that because it's Bond. You know, he's got the sex appeal sort of thing. At least that's what they're going for. But the thing is, though, is that mission encapsulates like what is great about Bond. And then you got the woman who is like who's been abducted, and then you have to save her, and you save her, and there's no subversion of expectations in that regard. You save the girl, you get her to safety. Bada bing, bada boom. You beat the bad guy, done. And then it ends off with like your spoilers.
Okay,
It ends up
so
with your mentor dying.
Nick's
Peak
actually
stuff.
asked something, but here's a question: Who assigns you the license? How are the license issuers see what's happening and make the decision?
So essentially, in the beginning of the game, uh, Greenway lays down the foundation on the rules as to what you are supposed to be, which is basically you don't kill unless you are until the force matches your force, essentially, and you're very much a defensive sort of guy. So, say for example, in the Vietnam mission, halfway through it, the bad guys are trying to take this girl. They have their machine guns out. You have your silenced pistol. License to kill is permitted because they are the aggressive type. If early in the game, it's very much a fisticuff sort of fight. But there is this point where you got these enemies where they're going to pull for their guns, and when that is activated, then your license to kill is permitted, and then you're able to fight. In terms of like the rules are what Greenway says: you're not able to kill unless the force that they are showing is the force that they are doing. But I do wish that in the next game they remove the license to kill system and they just allow you to kill. Because okay, I got a sidebar and like I got to critique this cuz in the tax sim. So the tax sim is your challenge mode. You can unlock the silenced pistol. You're like, awesome. I cannot wait to use it. It's going to be a great thing. They have all these like challenges, and then there's these operation sequences where you're able to complete this sort of quest as is, and you just need to, fight around and all that. I can't use my silenced pistol because the license to kill is permitted. I hate that. I really fucking hate the license to kill system. But I don't think it's IO's fault. I mean, it is their fault in part. But I think this is a deeper problem that stems from the original IP owners, which is Cubby Broccoli's family, Barbara Broccoli and Michael G. Wilson. Because the reason why I think the license to kill was permitted was because of Activision. Now, you guys are probably wondering why is Activision at fault? The reason why Activision is at fault is because the games that they were making way back in the day with Bloodstone, Quantum of Solace, GoldenEye, and 007 Legends, especially 007 Legends, they were very much shooter games. Very much shooter games. And the problem with those games is that Barbara Broccoli and Michael G. Wilson, they saw what they were doing. And essentially, it was very much Call of Duty-fying the brand. It was Call of Duty defying the brand, where essentially you were just shooting, gun gallery after gallery. And they didn't like that. They wanted Bonds to have a bit more effort put into it. And I kind of respect that. But at the same time, the problem is, though, is that when IO was like, well, shit, we can't have it just be a gun shooty game. So we gotta, like, appease Barbara Broccoli and Michael G. Wilson. So what they probably compromised with was the, they probably compromised that with the license to kill system. So I think that is a compromise that they had to do. I'm not saying it's right, but I'm saying that's probably what happened in the process. You can trigger dozens upon dozens of enemies and you'd still be locked without license. I think that doesn't only match your force, but greatly overpowers you. So there is a point where an enemy will be like, stop, and then it's flashing red above their head, and then as soon as they grab out their pistol, you can grab out your pistol and fight.
Have the energy to use it. In quite a lot of cases, the environment will present an obvious, cheap method of circumventing a patrol or a bunch of witnesses or a guard. For any problem in this game, there is a cheap and easy and obvious solution. And if you don't know where to go, that's when the Q Watch comes in, which we will also talk about pretty soon. Usually, if you want to use the Q gadgets, it's enough to throw a smoke bomb, blind someone with the laser or the flash grenade, or just make them sick with the Q gadget. And that means you can just walk past them while they are quote-unquote distracted. The Q gadgets are made up of a basic watch that is the main tool that you're using. It acts as an X-ray scanner. That's why I said you don't necessarily need to find.
So I did test that system. There was one time where I was playing the game where I got someone poisoned. As soon as I hit them with a dart, and I was like, okay, easy. They're knocked out. I can easily take advantage of the NPC and then just knock him out easy. He clocked me, and then he tried to fight me, and then that set off another guard who was around the corner who saw me, and then he got over to fight me, and then that set off another one. So that is sort of like, but for the that is a rare case, but it happened like 2 or 3 times during that thing. So the AI is sort of like, I would say it's a bit smarter, but it is also a bit dumber in some respects.
Hints in the environment, you don't need to use your eyes. You can just have your watch scan and it will highlight enemies unless the game wants to set up a scripted ambush, then the watch cannot scan enemies through a wall. In any other case, the watch will scan anything in the environment you can interact with, including climbable objects and interactable objects and objects you can pick up. And it will also show you every single NPC of value in the environment. So again, the most generic stealth tool you have ever seen in any modern video game. Hence, why you don't really need to think about any solution in any circumstances ever, because the Q Watch is going to scan the environment and mark the solution for you. Then there is a dart phone that makes enemies temporarily sick with whatever chemical compound it's using, and that is a tool that I personally had always equipped because it is so piss easy to get past anything. If you have any area in the game that is guarded by one dude, you make them sick and you just walk past them. That's it. You don't even need to wait for them to walk away in their sickened state. You just walk past them. In addition to that, the dart phone is ideal to steal stuff from people because when they're sick, they count as distracted, and that means you can swipe anything from them. It doesn't matter that 200 people are around you and directly watching what you're doing. It only matters that the person you're stealing from counts as distracted, because this game is very immersive. The dart phone itself can also trigger specific interactable distractions in the environment at range. Then there is the laser that can blind and distract enemies and interact with certain items in the environment, which is the same effect as...
I also have a nitpick with this game. So speaking of the gadgets, when you when you select your gadgets from the game, so there is a point where you're doing a if you need to get gadgets, you need to go to the previous chapter to get your gadgets, right? And if you you have to then play through that sequence to get to the mission. But if you restart the chapter, it doesn't reset your gadgets. What it does is it resets your default gadgets, what the game wants you to have, which can be fucking annoying at times. It's so annoying.
Resets your gadgets.
The phone dart. It also distracts enemies and can interact with different items in the environment that react to being shot by a laser that apparently is invisible, by the way. That laser cannot be seen by enemies. So you can shoot something with the laser that triggers an explosion, for example. It is a more violent option to distract enemies, while the dart phone is a less violent option. Then we have the shockwave camera that stuns and distracts multiple enemies and can interact with certain things in the environment. And then we have the flashbomb that stuns and distracts enemies and can interact with different objects in the environment. And then we have the missile pin, which is a special gadget that you get later on in the story that can outright kill enemies and blow up specific things and interact with the environment. Unless the game doesn't want you to do so, which is something that we'll talk about later. All of that works through an energy resource meter. You have two different energy resource meters. One is for electric-based abilities, the laser for example, and you charge that by draining electrical sources from the environment. And then the other one is based on chemicals, which Bond just swipes off of the environment as well. And the phone dart, for example, works on chemical energy. In short, Bond ends up touching any old smartphone or battery or chemical container he comes in contact with, which is totally not weird for anyone standing around. And the maps are also filled to the brim with these objects, so you can always recharge your gadgets wherever you go, which it does not look immersion breaking at all. In addition to that, there's a basic hacking gadget that your Q-Watch comes pre-installed with, which you can use to interact with objects and machines in the environment to hack them and distract enemies at a distance. But anything you can hack, you can also just walk up to and activate, which also distracts enemies, and that saves on using hacking energy. And for sure, all of the enemies will walk over to the distraction, just like sheep, one after another, for an easy stealth kill. And none of their compadres will ever wonder where Big Toe Jimmy went after he investigated that strange noise. By the way, did you notice anything? All of the gadgets are basically different flavors of the same thing. They essentially do the same thing, but slightly differently. That's also why it doesn't really matter which gadget you take with you, as the game is built around you only having two of these equipped, because you are limited to two of them at all times. So the map design will always account for you not having a specific gadget equipped. I have never encountered a singular situation where I was lacking a specific gadget that would have changed any way I would have interacted.
You know, part of me wishes we had some of these takedowns from older games, like the older Splinter Cell games. Like you could slam someone's face onto a paper shredder.
Yeah, that'd be pretty fun. I don't mind you enjoying it, but the facts are, besides being pretty, the game has loads of flaws. No, I can see that it has loads of flaws.
With the mission, or locked me out of a way to progress. You are never locked out of a situation that you can use because you lack a specific tool. You are always allowed to do everything, or just circumvent it by Bond finding a random MacGuffin that he can use instead of utilizing one of his gadgets. My recommendation, if you even want to play the game, is just take the small laser and the dart phone.
Here's what I'll say about the game. Like I said before, I'm gonna wait like a year or two when there's more content out for it. Just like Hitman.
Okay. No, fair enough. I can see that. I get it. I get it.
Yeah, because like
that's our run. There are runs where people just don't choose gadgets at all, so even gadgets are pointless at times. Well, the gadgets just offer you an advantage. If you want to just play it like a Daniel Craig Bond film where you just don't have gadgets, you can do that.
Well, speaking of that, I'm like, I'll go back to the video, but shoot, what's that fucking dude's channel? You probably seen his channel advertised, Tony. He does those like fucking gameplay shits.
I'm not exactly so sure.
Gameplay. I think this is it. Yeah. Yeah, Prajacoco. Have you seen this guy's channel?
No, I haven't.
So basically, he plays a bunch of different games, but
all I'm trying to say is that we got complacent with broken mechanics in pretty skins, yet they demand insane money. No, I totally agree. Like, I bought this game. I enjoy the shit out of it, but I'm not saying you should buy it full price. I wouldn't recommend it as a full price game. I enjoyed the shit out of it. I fucking loved as a Bond fan after like over 10 years of like no Bond games. We get a Bond game that is honestly, I think, is pretty damn good and fun. I enjoyed the shit out of the game. And I don't regret my day one purchase, but I can concede it being a tough sell. But like comparing this game to like previous Bond games that we had like years ago with Bloodstone, Quantum of Solace, you know, GoldenEye Reloaded, 007 Legends. I will say this is probably better than probably half of those. Maybe most of them actually. It doesn't compare to games like, for me, Everything or Nothing, Agent Under Fire, Nightfire, GoldenEye. Those games still rank above it. This game though, it's actually pretty good. But it's nowhere. It's not the best Bond game. People say it's the best Bond game. It's not. It's not.
yeah, but you're just a hater, Tony. No, I'm kidding.
Yeah, to some extent, but you're able to use like some of the gadgets for like other things, like other ways to distract them. Like it is mainly a tool to use for distraction. I wish we had more offensive ones, but that's why you have the you're able to distract them, but you're able to use them in combat. I wish we got more gadgets like the rocket launcher, the rocket pen. I wish we got more gadgets like that.
Oh, yeah, I
Like
forgot
more
to,
offensive types, like
forgot to say this. In case anyone in the chat doesn't have it, or if Tony doesn't have it either, you can get Blast. If you like Metroidvanias, you can get Blasphemous 1 and 2, I think, for $7 right now.
With any
For
mission
both games.
in any specific or really
For the summer
wholly different
sale.
way, and no gadget will
I don't know the
ever
fucking
end up
conversion
in
for
you
your
as a
currency
player
is, though, Tony.
experiencing any sort of emergent gameplay. In comparison to titles like Hitman, for example, the interactability with the environment and the NPCs is hilariously restricted to the most basic options you can think of, and that is also the case for all of your gadgets. You also have a social wheel. You can bluff, you can lure, and you can fake surrender to enemies if you should be caught. Bluffing basically gives you temporary access to an area. In short, it is
Uh, how do you feel about people bitching about this game in general and complaining about the Easter egg shit?
What do you mean the Easter eggs thing?
Like the dude who does the fucking hand shit from social media, or Jacksepticeye being in the game.
Oh, you mean like the cameos?
Yeah.
So Bond has not been a stranger to cameos. That being said, I didn't like them marketing this game for the fucking for that reason. I did not like it. I hated that. Um I missed out on a couple of the fucking cameos too, so I'm thankful for that. But I caught two of them. I caught the Jacksepticeye one, and I caught the Shroud one. But the Jacksepticeye one, I knew because I've only seen him. Like, I knew that voice, and I knew that I my ex's siblings watched him, so I was like, okay, I know who Jacksepticeye was. But when it comes to Shroud, bro was like, "Hey, dude, nice fight, fist fight." And I'm like, "I don't know who the fuck you are. I'm leaving." I'm like, "All right, cool. Thanks for the dialogue, dude. No idea who the fuck you are, but bye." And that was it. Because I have no idea who he is. Also, yes, Nix. I know you were referring to Denuvo in regards to Suicide Squad. Denuvo sucks, and it's been in everything. And you know what, Suicide Squad, 95% off if you want to pick up that slot. I actually have it because, again, I'm gonna make my way through the WB Batman games, and I'm not looking forward when I get to that one.
A cheap way to get into places that are not guarded by actual security personnel. And if you don't want to figure out one of the two easy solutions to get into the place without bluffing, fake surrendering is essentially getting a cheap stealth kill on a guy that spotted you, and luring enemies is as cheap as it sounds. You can draw the idiot AI to your position and then get one stealth kill after another. And all of these social skills costs energy, quote unquote, which Bond can get back by certain actions. Usually it's a stealth KO or killing an enemy or doing like a specific finishing move. You basically are never at a situation where you are completely out of social options. In general, I felt that even on the highest difficulty, the game presents so many easy avenues to avoid the use of any of these tools or social skills that you can just pass any challenge by going into a play space, clicking the Q-Watch button, and then finding the MacGuffin that gives you easy access to an area. And if any of these fail, you can just abuse the enemy's horrific pathing, sneak around behind them, and either do a sneaky stealth KO or just walk past them. Basically, as long as you are not outright running, nobody is ever going to notice your presence. And even if you can always just beat the shit out of everyone and every single guy that saw you. If his mates are in a different room, nobody's gonna notice. You are only ever in trouble if you beat up a guy right in the line of sight of another goon. But even then, as long as nobody calls for backup or you interrupt the backup call, nothing is going to ever happen. You can progress room by room through the entire game, applying the same basic strategy to anything. Find a key card, find a key, climb through an open window, the only open window, and then just sneak past enemies or beat the shit out of everyone on the highest difficulty. 0 challenges in any aspect of the game. And nothing in this game requires actual thinking or planning or any smart use of your Q gadgets. As the AI is so incredibly dumb, Bond doesn't even need to make active use of his gadgets most of the time. Essentially, I only use...
That sounds like it sucks, Hunty. Your power being out and you not having a fan. And
dude, not having a fan, ugh.
Yeah,
I you know what? It's winter here. I still have my fan on.
What's winter, Tony?
Oh yeah, okay, Cal. Okay, I get it.
In Florida, there's only 2 seasons. Hurricane season,
Yeah,
and summer.
the dart phone if I wanted to swipe something off of a person, or if a single guard was in front of an entrance and I just wanted a cheap entry ticket into that area. The same goes for the laser tool as well. And I hacked distraction devices every now and then, but that's about it. Usually you don't even need to distract enemies because you can just sneak after them, because their routines, their pathing, their patrol routes are so obvious. And the other gadgets I didn't even use once, as they all seemed unnecessary and the game limits you to the use of 2 gadgets anyway, and the basic hacking function is available at any point in the game as well. And again, the game is never actually difficult at any point in time, so you don't need any advanced use of these gadgets anyway. I only basically ever used them if the game essentially forced me to. And that's another point that you have to keep in mind. The game loves to arbitrarily take away your gadget functions. That doesn't necessarily mean your Q watch is gone, which happens quite a lot of time as well, but sometimes you can't use your Q watch tools, or your Q watch is hacked, or it's damaged, or even if you bring up the interface to use your Q watch, the enemy you want to use your tools on is immune. And what's even funnier, and that's the worst example, Bond will say a line where he just goes, "There's no use here, I can't use this here." So the game literally just says, no, you're not allowed.
Okay, actually, so that's only the final boss fight. For the most part, you're able to use your gadgets during the boss fights. Like, you're able to use them, but it's just the final boss fight you're unable to use them. That's just the final one. That's it. Because he's the super fucking mech guy, and he's this super mech guy where you're unable to use your gadget against him. That makes sense. And then there's a point where he blocks your where he disables your gadgets because you've been relying on them the whole game, if you have. And then you need to get up close to disable them, and it's the whole like Mr. Freeze sort of battle situation. Not as good as Mr. Freeze, but it's like that, in that sort of vein. So when he says that, I'm like, that's the final boss battle. You're describing the final boss battle. You're not describing the rest of the game.
That seems fair, Tony.
To use the Q watch tool because we have fabricated a specific.
So what pics does Nix want you to send me?
Okay, it's Nick sent me a couple of images of like my character. I'll send it to you after the stream, but essentially it's just my character and all that he did up.
I mean, yeah, but if, like, I'm gonna get shirts made and stuff and merch. I mean, if people want to buy it, they can. You know, like shit.
Yeah, thanks, I guess. All right.
Huh?
Yay, you get to have shirts of me. Hooray, guys. Woohoo.
Look at the bright side, Tony. Some extra money.
Yeah, sure. Sure, Cal. Sure.
Sure. I mean, of course, you might start seeing people like wearing your face getting dragged into a furry closet, but
yeah, well, you're the fucker who's decided that, so whatever. Just peachy.
I mean, a couple of people in BMO's chat said they would buy it.
What?
Huh?
Wait, you promoted a fucking shirt in BMO's chat?
No, I said like, what was it? I said I was gonna I was gonna give away stickers of you getting dragged into fucking, what was it? Dax dragging you into a furry closet.
Oh my god.
There was a couple people who said they'd buy it.
I hate you, Cal. I hate you so much. I hate you so much.
Huh?
I hate you so fucking much, Cal. I hate you so fucking much, Cal. I can't believe I'm here.
Encounter for you
What am I doing here?
that you're only
What
allowed
has my life
to.
become?
Think of the content, Tony.
Yeah, sure. Think of the content. It's great. Yeah.
Solve it this particular way. You're not allowed to even attempt any emergent gameplay. And then we have combat, which is honestly the only part that is mildly fun because it's just kind of stupid, dumb enemy execution. You can just abuse the incredibly inept AI in this game. You will either be fist.
So, Tony, since you've played this game, would you say the AI is super bad? Or
I won't say it's super bad. It's serviceable, but I will concede that the AI is probably the weakest aspect of, like, without the excluding the glitches. I think that is the weakest issue. But if we're going as a game, the AI needs to be improved because the AI can be very simple at times. Especially, for example, in this shot right here, he just did a takedown. Now it's a preloaded animation, so the other enemies, they don't attack. So it's sort of like, it would be unfair if they like shot at you and you died during a mid animation. But it is also a bit ridiculous when these guys have their guns pointed at you and they don't shoot you.
that's fair.
So I can concede to that.
Right. Entertain the chat, Tony.
Oh God, why do you do this to me, Cal? All right. Boogie, boogie, boogie. I'm by myself again. You've got Papa Tony back, just by himself, just by his lonesome. There are other ways Papa Pimp Cal could monetize you, Tony. I hate you so much, Nix. I hate you so much. I sent you the song, Tony. Oh, and thank you very much, Hunty. I did add it. I did add it to the watch later, so maybe I might do that on my stream this week. Okay. Now that we're alone, tell us more about your fursona. What do you mean fursona? I don't have a fursona. If you're referring to the images that you sent, then it's definitely not me. I do not know who that person is. I do not have any knowledge of this. It's all bullshit. Oh God, you guys are gonna be the death of me. I swear to God, sometimes, guys.
Fighting every enemy, even if they have guns, because they are incapable of adequately shooting you, or you will just be shooting enemies, and Bond is never actually in any real danger. Once you have a license to kill, obviously, you can't just randomly start shooting, but as soon as an enemy fires a gun at you, you get your license to kill. You have a Hitman-style time slow ability. No modern stealth game is complete without a time slow ability, and that basically makes one-shot headshot kills piss easy to execute.
The thing is, though, is that this is I don't get, like, it is adhering to the modern game thing, but the thing is, though, is that with the previous Bond games, they did adhere to certain trends. For example, Everything or Nothing has a slowdown mode when you're swapping between different guns and different gadgets, but it also activates a quote-unquote Bond sense, where you're able to lock onto an enemy and then fire at them, and it's like a sort of slow-mo sort of thing. In Bloodstone, another third-person shooter game within the vein of this sort of game, you're able to do these slow-mo sort of like targeting shooting games, which is adopted by Splinter Cells. So it is very much something that it has been in previous Bond games before. So there is that. It's winter for you, Tony. You need to wear your fursona to keep warm. Bro, I'm wearing my fucking Grinch hoodie. I have a Grinch hoodie It's fucking freezing. My feet are cold as shit. I need to put on socks, but I'm fucking trucking through this.
But even without time slow, the enemies just line up for headshots, or they're conveniently sitting next to some sort of explosive. Hand-to-hand combat also boils down to countering an enemy and then spamming them and slamming them into a wall or just throwing them off of something. If you get a throwable item, a Bond will auto-target the nearest enemy and hit them with whatever he just picked up, which is an easy stun on basically any enemy. And all of that, by the way, all of the auto-targeting goes for your gadgets as well. It auto-targets to whatever you are aiming at. So you don't actually need to aim any of your gadgets. It auto-targets to a point where if an enemy is in front of something that you could hack, for example, you can't do it because the game only will target the NPC in front of the thing you might have wanted to hack. Great game design. While any enemy without a helmet is basically a one-shot kill, even on the hardest difficulty if you hit the head. But any enemy with a helmet all of a sudden becomes a bullet sponge until you knock off their helmet. Yes, even if they don't have a faceplate and their face is entirely visible and you shoot them in the face, the helmet absorbs damage until it comes off. And only then can you kill them. Makes total sense.
Hey,
Essentially, you have sections in the game where Bond is allowed to kill and harm enemies by giving them a severe brain concussion. All of these boil down to kind of entertaining B-movie action sequences where Bond just executes goons left and right like he's some sort of superhuman soldier. It's also kind of interesting how progressive this game is. There are no female goons anywhere. All of them are just males, or I guess presenting as male. Yeah, Bond doesn't get to beat up a badass female goon at any point in.
Wait, hold on. What? I don't get this argument. So like, you want more female enemies to kill?
Yeah.
But
Either
like
that or he wants to
like
punch
listen,
females.
listen. If we're like, it's not. I get it, it's not very diverse to have like a bunch of white bad guys to kill and all that. But yeah, the thing is though, is that with the Bond movies,
Isn't
for
it
the most
usually,
part,
like,
they've been
Russians?
just male villains. It's usually Russians or like Caucasian bad guys as like just the enemies to kill, and like they're always like males and all that. Like there's very few female villains, and you know why? It's because everyone throws a fuss when it comes to Bond people, Bond villains that are females, and I'll tell you fucking why. It's because when they put in a female villain, there's always a controversy of like, you can't have James Bond kill a female, okay? You got to have those types where he fucking has it, because there's explicit points where Bond has killed women in the franchise. In Thunderball, actually, I went to see that a couple weeks ago in cinemas. Great stuff. But James Bond kills a woman. He inadvertently kills a woman. And then years later in GoldenEye, he kills Xenia on her top by fucking shooting the helicopter, which crushes her to death. And what is not enough? He point blank shoots a woman. In The Spy Who Loved Me, he kills a woman by like shooting off a fucking thing. But it's just sort of like, it is annoying when it's like yeah, because the franchise usually avoids killing women because the fucking feminists come out and say you can't do that.
Did you see
most
what I sent
villains
you
I know are
on?
women.
Did you see what I sent you on Discord?
No, I did not. No, I did
second.
not. And yes, Hunty, I do agree. Some women can be very evil. You know, they play 4D chess when men are just simple creatures. We're like, let's just hash out by punching. But yeah, it's just when it comes to the Bond games, like a Bond series, they do try to avoid female villains. There is also another villain in Agent Under Fire, where the main villain is a female, but she just kind of dies. She just runs up, and then she just dies. It's so annoying.
Did you get it now, Tony?
And who can we blame for that? And who can we blame for that when every modern game has same white male evil generic villains enemies. Yeah, I do agree. That is an issue when it comes to the gaming and sort of media in general. Did he kill her for not being in the kitchen? Fucking hell, Cal. Yeah, he
The
did
game
give it a good
missed
shot.
opportunity, but you can blast civilians with lasers and chemical weapons, no problem at all. You can do that all day, but you're not allowed to fistfight anyone unless they're designated a bad guy. The game does have a few boss fights where the shortcomings and the incessant need for the developers to force you into a specific scenario becomes obvious to see. In basically every single boss fight, you're not allowed to use hand-to-hand combat besides one. And if you try to do anything that's out of the ordinary, it's an instant KO, or the game just goes nuh-uh every time you try something that is not precisely what the game has entailed for this specific boss encounter. Basically, every boss fight boils down to quote-unquote.
Pause a bit. But the thing is, though, that these enemies, like, I do understand that these boss battles are very much like stealth sort of things. But the thing is, though, is that the Mr. Freeze boss fight, you know, is railroaded with, like, you've got a bunch of gadgets, you need to stealthily take him out. You can't just run up and punch him because that's just fucking suicide. You know, so are we critiquing the gameplay in that regard then?
No. I had to go over and get a water bottle. 1 second.
Okay, and it's just back to being me, guys. It seems like Cal's just leaving me with you guys to fucking leave me to fucking being attacked by you guys. So thanks. Keep on chucking, guys. Come on. Lay it on me. What do you want to butcher me with this time? Because I'm right here, guys. I'm here to take your fucking punches and shit like that. It's gonna be great. Fucking, you know what? Fuck it. Hold on. I got my fucking, got my fucking blankie now. I have to pull it off my fucking bed. So I'm wrapping on my fucking feet. So you can bully me as much as you want to your heart's content now. You guys suck. Ugh.
Chat bullying you, Tony?
No, they didn't bully me. Thank Christ for that. Fucking only Hunty went pff. So, like, clearly they're sick of bullying me. In which case, I win. Oh, wait, no, Nyx came in. Tony's ready to be isekai'd by chat. Yeah, I'm fucking prepared, Nyx. I'm fucking prepared. You guys roast me all the time. You guys bully me. It's so bullshit. I know that Razor's just waiting there like, I'm going to bully him at some point. But I'm laying him off for the
Do exactly what we want you to do with the Q-Watch to damage or stun the boss into the environment, and only then do you get to punch the guy twice. No other method allowed. Or only the environment can even do damage to the boss. Or you need to break some arbitrary defense that the boss has before you can do damage. The combat and gameplay is extremely weak and generic, and in combat encounters with guns, the enemies seem to miss Bond 50% of the time unless the game decides otherwise. Then you get killed in 3 shots by a machine gun that cannot miss. Again, the AI is hilariously bad at laying hands on Bond in any way, shape or form. If you play this on anything else but the highest difficulty, you are effectively making the game more boring than it already is. Hard mode also literally just means enemies do more damage. That's all. The enemies don't become smarter, they don't detect Bond faster, or they don't detect him better. Their aim isn't more precise. Bosses are still just as easy of a cakewalk if you break the condition. And modern gaming is essentially. Hard mode in my eyes is basically on the level of what older games had as their quote-unquote normal difficulty set to. And again, there is no fixing the AI in this game. They are certified brain dead. Finally, there is a challenge mode you can play with online leaderboards where you can replay missions, get skins, and upgrade your gadgets and get different guns to try out. And it also looks like nobody gives a shit about this mode, as I played it a little bit and I already added up in the top 7% worldwide rankings for some reason. so nobody plays this, or there's a weird bug with the leaderboards. Also, why would you play this mode? This is just a generic waste of time. In addition to that, this tag sim mode apparently will get updates and additions in the future. For example, a car combat mode, as far as I was able to see. So this is how they are going to make live service slop updates to this game. Also, tag sim is located in a separate area from the main game. It is still visually inside QLab in the building of MI6, but you can only access it by going through a loading screen, and you can...
So here's the thing. Like, I don't understand why people bitch about free fucking updates in games.
Like, listen, I get it. You know, some of this stuff should have been at launch. Sure, I'll concede to that. I would have preferred it if the driving thing came out on launch. I really would have. But the thing is, though, is that these are free updates. Okay, these are free updates. Like, if they were like, okay, you want this driving like DLC game that should have been part of the main game? Well, guess what? You have to pay $3 for it. It's like, fuck off. I'm not paying $3 for it. But if it's free, I'm like, all right, I'll consider it. I think the because I bought the digital. Well, I say I bought the digital deluxe edition. I just bought the pre-order edition, which came with the digital deluxe edition for free. But it, you know, it comes with DLC packs, but I think it should have came with it, like different costumes and all that. Another issue I have with the game, actually, thinking on the costumes, some of them are locked behind exclusive bullshits, but I'm like, fucking hell, fuck no. I hate it. It's no secret I am an equality in combat enjoyer. I enjoy combat too. It's great. But yeah, like there are issues with the game, blaring issues, and I'll concede to that. It's not perfect.
Only
game.
leave this
I
area.
would say it's like an amazing game, but I
by
had
going
fun
to the
with it.
main menu, even if you were in the middle of, say, a story mission, which is a bafflingly stupid decision, as there is literally a door that leads back down to QLab. You can even see the rest of the laboratory from up in the area, but you cannot seamlessly leave it. This alone is a testament to how sloppy this game was made. First Light feels like the most Sony-esque game ever, with nothing...
So, I'm not gonna play the full thing, because, you know, some people might not want to hear spoilers, so... from what I was reading from the comments, like...
I mean, to be fair, I fucking spoiled the shit out of like half of it at this point. They fucking... Some of them probably watched my live stream, so I've spoiled like literally the entire thing, so... I will admit, you know, in terms of spoilers, I may have like spoiled too much throughout this shit. Though to be fair,
You are
I
interesting
don't think chat cares about
show in
it.
terms
I
of
know
gameplay.
fucking,
You have literally seen...
I know Nix has probably seen the whole gameplay through other people. I know Master Gao has probably seen the ending because he was there in chat. I know probably Razor has seen like a majority of my fucking thing because she was there for the full fucking 11 half hours. So props off to you, girl. But
I mean,
I know that
I ain't sitting through this
get
dude's video just recapping the whole fucking story.
Yep, I know, Hansi. I know you guys watched it.
In
Like, don't
everything
you
this
worry,
game has
guys.
to offer
I
by
know
watching
you guys have
5
seen
minutes
me
of
play through
gameplay.
the game.
Presents open area missions to you, but there isn't any real exploration or emergent gameplay. There is no experimentation. You cannot just go through windows or open them. You cannot punch through glass doors or unlock them. You can't unlock any door by picking the lock. You cannot freely climb around on the outside of a building. You cannot freely climb anything. You cannot experiment with disguises or NPC interactions. The best example I have for you is getting a camera during the Gala mission. Instead of swiping a camera off of the 30...
Holy shit, Master Gao.
If she is strong enough to leave the kitchen, she is strong enough to fight. Wow! Fucking wow. I was there, but I was looking at your eyes only, Tony. Aw, Nick, so you're telling me that you have so you're telling me that those eyes were for you? I'm so Jesus. Did you just throw a fucking James Bond reference? Thanks. Yeah, then thanks, Nix. I really appreciate it.
Photographers that run around the event, like you could already do for the press pass, you have to walk into a specific room where 2 cameras sit around unguarded conveniently for you to pick up. There is no other way to solve this approach. That is what I mean when I say this game is on rails. You have at most 2 or 3 hardwired paths which you can choose between, and then you have to follow these paths just the same way the game intends for you to do so. There's no other approach to a problem solution. No emergent gameplay, no experimentation. There are 3 different choices of rails you can walk onto, and that's about it. And there really isn't anything else you could even try, as the NPCs are so simple, they don't even allow for emergent interactions in the area, and the play space itself is too restricted to allow for any real exploration in the first place. And if you dare to do anything out of the order, the game forces you back on the right path or outright refuses to progress unless you do exactly what you're told to in the order that the game presents it, which is something I will go into more detail in the story recap. Sometimes the failure conditions of certain things are not clear either, especially during dialogue. There is never a place or scene where Bond's dialogue choices have any special impact besides one, where if you do the wrong thing, you instantly die and have to restart the entire unskippable dialogue sequence from the start. Besides Bond's white suit getting a little bit dirty, there's also no traces of any kind of combat damage on him. Even after getting his face beaten up, he looks just fine. He doesn't even have a single scratch on it. He doesn't even get blood on him.
I've played way too many horror games because every time I see fucking statues, I think they're gonna move.
After he blows up an enemy's head in CQC
Can I just
with a shot.
address the whole no blood thing?
Yeah.
So, what do you expect? Now, I know a lot of you will probably be thinking, oh, Tony, why can't we have blood in a James Bond video game? Well, dear viewer, they still need to keep the teen rating because, oh, you might be thinking, oh, this is a video game. They could make it more violent. It's like, yeah, but you're in keeping with a sort of series that, gotta be honest, they've mainly kept it relatively PG-13 for like ages. Like, they've kept it mainly bloodless when it comes to the series. So like, I don't really get why blood would be an issue per se. I don't really like, I get it. Blood is very much an impactful thing. But again, I don't think like the most bloody game in the James Bond canon was 007 Legends. That didn't help it from being a good game. It was a shit game. Everything or Nothing is a bloodless game. It's fun as shit. Bloodstone, a bloodless game. It's fun as shit. Fucking Nightfire, Agent on Fire, bloodless games. Fun as shit. So I don't really see like why that would be something that's, it's just it's something I get it. It's a gripe. It doesn't bother me because I get it. It's a PG-13 game sort of thing.
The game lacks any basic immersion features like that. But on the other hand, Bond needs to touch every wall and every object he walks past by if he's too close. In general, Bond is fiddling and fidgeting around himself.
Do you remember in Hitman the one where you're at the fashion show?
Yes.
Yeah, that's what the level design reminds me of.
During gameplay. They had time to animate all of this, but not give Bond at least a little bit of battle damage the longer the mission goes on. Bond's running animation is also weird as hell. You're either forced into a slow walk or into a light jog. Bond is chasing after the final bad guy.
Good. So I'm fine with him just not. I'm fine with him just not taking battle damage. Fucking sue me.
Dude, this is the issue people get so anal about certain graphics, and they're like, "Oh, my realism."
No, I will look. I'm gonna be honest. If you want a more battle damage sort of thing, I get that. But like, I think back of the best games of the James Bond series, Everything or Nothing, Agent on Fire, GoldenEye, and the N64. And you could say, yeah, it's limited by the graphics, and I get that. Limited by graphics and all that. But at the same time, fucking James Bond looked cool as fuck when he had the tuxedo and all that. He's cool as shit, man. Watch Tony's gameplay. Give him a view to a kill, because you only live twice, and his playthrough is for your eyes only. So don't die another day, because the world is not enough without your view. Hashtag I tried. Well, thank you,
just
Nick,
stole
for throwing
the
in
MacGuffin
all
of
those
the story.
fucking
Slide jogging motions. Slide chill jogging motions. The game also has forced autosaving, sometimes in the worst points ever, like directly before a boss fight cutscene starts instead of after the boss fight cutscene ends, you know, when the boss fight actually starts. So you have to skip the cutscene should you die in the boss fight every single time. The game also employs automatic health regeneration in combat, so even if Bond ever is in trouble, just wait for a bit and have your health regenerate, as if the game wasn't easy enough already, because all of the enemies do a shit job at flanking you. And when you are in a specific scenario where the game demands a predetermined and main absolution you have to follow, Bond will incessantly repeat the same voice lines over and over and over again, hinting at the one solution you are supposed to implement to beat or solve the encounter. Very nice and not annoying at all.
He's like a brother to me. Granted, he bullies me senselessly, so he's exactly like a brother.
Something I can use here. Has to be something I can use to get to him. Come on, think, James, think. Has to be something I can use.
The game has no art style. It looks like and runs like a generic modern Unreal Engine 5 title. It's a realism slop, as in it runs terribly even on modern hardware. On an AMD Ryzen 9 9950X 3D with a 5090, not even playing on Ultra, the game routinely dipped down into the 70 FPS ranges even with DLSS turned on during certain...
I don't know, man. I was getting some pretty fucking top tier frame rates. I'm just saying.
The game was built around NVIDIA, so just like a lot of other games. So
yeah, but I was running an AMD, and like my frame rates were pretty fucking. I don't know. I have it like, I had it before, because like I honestly don't know what my hardware is.
You could just open up.
But
Steam
I've got a
and
pretty
then
stacked computer.
You could just open Steam and do system information.
All right. Fuck. Where is it? All right. Go to Steam. Where do I go?
Do you need me to tell you how to get to
System information?
Yeah.
Oh, system information. Gotcha. But yeah, because I know that mine's like pretty stacked, and I didn't have much issues when it came to like the game itself.
Okay,
so,
Hunty said, I'm
okay,
kind of
maybe
tired of the slop used to describe everything. What happens when it's a May game or it's an awesome game? That's fair.
Yeah. That's a word that, again, that's a word overused, like based, and like games like based, slop, all this stuff. It does come across as like, all right, well, whatever. So my graphics card, CPU is an AMD Ryzen 7 9800X 3D. So it's a pretty jacked thing. Yeah, it's pretty jacked. It's pretty jacked.
Parts of the game. As expected, the game has DLSS and FrameGen. Both are not turned on by default, so the assumption is that the developers intended you to not have them turned on by default and not actually needing them, but without them, the game runs pretty fucking badly. I expect modern games to run at least 120 FPS. At least.
Okay, brother.
So I was getting 150. and also his benchmark is 120 frames per second for modern games. I mean, that's fine if he's got high standards, fair enough.
You know
But
what
I
it
was
is?
getting
You know what it is?
150.
Here, I'm spitballing here, and I could be wrong. But if this man's trying to get 120 FPS on 4K, or even above 4K, then I don't know what to tell you, brother. Downscale that shit to 1440p.
Like my because like, did it dip to like below? Sure, it dipped like below 100 frames per second, but like it wasn't like, it didn't affect my game. You got 150 with frame gen. What the guy means native 120. I don't think it was. I don't think I activated frame gen. I don't think I activated frame gen. I'm pretty sure that was just the frame rates. That was just as is. I didn't, because I don't think it was frame gen. Again, I could be wrong. Next could be wrong. I only ever heard slop used to describe the soup my uncle would feed his pigs, cause it's all sorts of food made into a soup. Yeah, and that's
this
the thing.
game
People
manages to
use,
run
like,
below
slop
that
as just like a way to like describe like crap you just give to animals and shit like that, which is what they're trying to say.
pretty much at all times. Again, settings are only on high, and during later parts of the game I even turned certain settings down to medium and turned DLSS on, which did basically nothing besides give me like maybe 20 FPS and also didn't change the look of the game at all. So yeah, just what you expect from incompetent modern game developers. And no, I will never turn on frame generation or DLSS actively, as these features exist for those that do not meet the minimum PC requirements. They should not be needed tools to play the game if you are running on honestly completely overtuned hardware. And no, 60 FPS is not an acceptable frame rate. Unless your game is literally God's gift to mortals, then
that is nutty.
60 frames
is not acceptable. Okay.
All right, buddy. Okay. All right. Okay. That's his opinion on things. Gotta respect it, but
I don't.
I'm not.
I don't fucking have to.
I don't agree. I don't agree. I'm like,
it comes.
That's a take.
Maybe correct me if I'm wrong, but from listening to his whole video, does he strike you as a bit? I don't like to throw this term out, elitist, I guess, or the stereotype.
He does come. Look, he does want what's best. Like, he's clearly like, you know, you make an hour-long video. It's a lot. It's a lot of effort to go on it. So like, I give him props there. I don't think this is the worst take ever. Like, the thumbnail was very much like, oh god, here we go. But the video itself, I'm actually, you know, I disagree with him, but I gotta admit, this video is actually pretty good. But he does come across as a bit of like, oh, it has to be 120 frames per second, 60 is not the minimum, that sort of, and I'm like, I can't, look, I get where you're coming from, buddy, but I just want like 60 frames per second. Like, as long as it's above that, I'm good. Because again, maybe I'm like, maybe having a god awful PC for so long where I'm unable to like see shit is like, I don't know.
60 FPS is never acceptable, especially since this
highware that oversees the recommended should work native at those he mentioned. We know the Unreal Engine 5 engine can do it easy. Devs do not optimize it and crouch on frame gens. Fair enough. Again, I'm not too.
Unreal Engine 5 just regular. Doesn't 5.8 run a lot better according to people who are developers?
game has some car chase sequences
Unreal Engine
where
6
low
is gonna be a
FPS
thing,
really feels like shit. In addition, the game doesn't have a lot of
DLSSR,
bugs, besides the
FSR,
odd
the other
NPC
tools on
freaking out
your
every now and then.
hardware,
There are
not
no
their
crashes that
engine.
occurred,
Okay,
and
fair
there are no horrendous graphical glitches either. The game itself looks generic. It's once again a realism slop with dough faces, uncanny valley NPCs made up of dead eyes and plastic expressions. How the hell does a game like Mass Effect 1 still do better facial animations than a game made in 2026? The game also has 3
because they zoomed, they had a huge amount of fucking cameras just for people's faces. Most of the time, even with mocap, it's like a certain number of cameras.
Like, I don't know. Like, I do think that I do like when it comes to the cameras thing, yeah, like the facial expressions aren't like the greatest when it comes to in-game, but when it comes to like the cutscenes, they're pretty good. And also, it's not an RPG where it's dependent on that, so it is very much a static thing. I do want better facial animations when it comes to gameplay, sure, but at the same time, it's like that's why you got like stuff like Expedition 33, which was fucking amazing with what they were.
Was that a detective game that
LA Noire?
Yeah, LA Noire. Now that had good facial animation.
Fantastic game. Well, it was very innovative, but some of the facial expressions were not
different blur settings, all of them turned on by default, and has film grain turned on as well. And the field of view feels
show me your resolution, pussy.
Narrow as hell as well. The camera feels sluggish at times, while during combat aiming the camera feels fine, but during walking sections and especially the cinematic scenes, the camera feels extremely slow and bad. And yes, there's yellow paint, blue tarps, yellow tarps and blue pipes to guide the way, as you would have expected from a modern game by now. Besides that, there's nothing special to say about the game. It has no style besides realism movie slop. What you see is all you get, and that would be a game for normies.
It still has facial issues. It still has facial issues. That shit, nah. The cutscenes don't count because
now, if you want to stay with me for a while, I'm going to do the story recap for shits and giggles, kind of do a humorous recap of the story, and then we're done with it. We begin our campaign as air crewman James Bond, during a crash on some random island, where we then are forced into a slow walk, interrupted by interspersed cutscenes of James stumbling around. After we have our gameplay interrupted every 3 seconds, we are then free to do some on-the-rail climbing section while some chick is yapping in our ear. Climbing in this game is totally dynamic and automatic, and somehow still feels weird, clunky and slow for some reason. You can only really hop off and onto ledges from specific positions, which makes this whole endeavor feel entirely meaningless, and this might as well be another cutscene. And then we discover a camp, an evil camp, and Bond executes an insane Spec Ops maneuver, infiltrating the camp, rescuing all prisoners while evading the elite guards, surviving a nerve agent, escaping in a Michael Bay-esque cutscene sequence, and blowing up the entire island. After committing an act of terrorism and being forced to watch an unskippable intro, MI6 then proceeds to immediately hire us because Bond is clinically insane and violent.
Unskippable? No. Are you telling me you're gonna skip through the fucking opening? That was a pre-title sequence, and you're gonna tell me you're gonna skip the title sequence? I mean, I get it. If you want to do replay, sure, whatever, you can do it. But like, really? You want to skip the title sequence? Sorry, that may have triggered me a little bit.
And then we meet Moneypenny, and she kinda looks about the way you would expect a modern iteration of Moneypenny to look like. That's all I'm gonna say. She refuses to give us her name, but it's essentially immediately obvious who she's supposed to be. Also, her name gets spoiled by another colleague of hers immediately for...
What were you gonna say, Tony?
I'm not gonna say anything. I'm gonna keep my mouth shut until this... Dude, I'm like, bro, I'm... okay, alright. Just need to...
For comedic effect. You
just say it, Tony.
No, I'm sorry, but like this... story recap's
What's the
already
woke
like,
shit that they say all the time? Speak your truth.
ugh, no, thank you.
Yeah, I'm aware about that, Nix, that a lot of it's upscaling for modern games.
So this is probably where my fucking autism kicks in for the story. Okay. So bear with me, guys. Bear with me.
The only reason I say that is because in some games, like, it's more of a resource hog for your FPS. Not by much, but like by 10 or 10 FPS for 4K. That's the only reason I brought it up for certain games. Like, fuck, what's that? Shit, what's that game? Like, there's one that's like a fucking resource hog. Hey Tony, what's the Lord of the Rings game where you where it has the Nemesis system?
Oh, it's fucking hell, what is it? The Middle Earth games. Middle
Yeah.
Earth, Shadow of Mordor and Middle of Earth, Shadow of War. And yes,
Shadow of
Nix, I
War.
was thinking that too. Gollum, Lord of Ring. I did think of Lord of Ring Gollum.
When are we gonna get a Gollum playthrough, Tony?
If I get $1,000, if someone donate, if you guys round up $1,000 and you donate it to me, I'll fucking do it. I'll fucking do it.
Yeah, Shadow of War. So if you download the Ultra pack and then you put everything on Ultra for Shadow of War and then you put it all on 4K, fucking thing's a hog.
Middle Earth games are forced cap because of Denuvo. Yeah. Yeah.
And also made a suspiciously shaped version of M. But I think this seat at the table of MI6 was promised to her 3,000 years.
He didn't say it all has to be on one stream, so you could slowly donate over time.
Okay. Okay. All right. Okay. So the complaint with M. So she was picked as in. It's addressed in the story that she is picked for a politician because she was picked for political reasons, not because for any other reasons, but she was picked purely for political reasons. And the reason, like, and even her recreating bringing back the 00 program was controversial. That was like a very, very controversial pick within the story and all that, within the eyes of the story. So, like, it is dealt in the story as to why she's been selected.
Ago, so I won't say anything anymore. By the way, if you think I'm serious about all of this, no, I think it's just a fun joke. The actor is originally from Sri Lanka, a region fairly close to that country, but there is obviously no affiliation. However, the same actress did make a mockumentary targeting UKIP and Nigel Farage, so at least we kind of know where she stands politically. M then immediately throws us into our training arc.
Much about an actor's politics because I've just learned to separate the politics from the arts. I have had to do that for a lot of people, but I have seen her in a couple of things, and I think she's got a resume. She's a good actress. I've seen her in a couple of things, comedies and dramas and whatnot, and I think she's good. I think she's a good pick for M. I actually like her, but I think that Greenway and Bond have better chemistry. And if I had to recast, I would swap them out. I would swap. Actually, no, fuck that. I would. See, I would swap out Greenway for the M position, but then I just remember that then she would be the mentor, and then I know that would get people.
We meet our mentor.
So it's.
Yeah, it's fair.
Greenway, who doesn't like us at all. What a shocker. Typical. He's also a man of the crispy skin variety.
What you mean by
Yeah,
that?
because so the reason why he's not a fan of it is because he got thrown into it. He got thrown into it. He got thrown into the role of he got thrown into having Bond. He wouldn't have had Bond if it was his choice. He only had 6 recruits, but Bond was the 7th. True, Tony, but some actors use their politics as marketing of the product / movie / games. Yeah, and I hate that. That's why I'm just like, I don't think any of the actors promoted their politics during this game. So I'm like, awesome, good to know. But, a good example is Millie Alcock. I think she's a really good actress. I loved her in House of the Dragon. But lately there's clips on Twitter and YouTube where she's like, oh, she is Supergirl, a queer icon. And I'm just like, yo, just say she's an icon for everyone. And then she leans into it, and I'm like, you didn't have to do that. And unfortunately, it's going to have a negative effect on the movie.
You are forced to sit in a car beside him and walk behind him until you get humiliated and beaten up because you don't know how to do the overpowered counter move in the game yet.
What's the craziest thing about?
Right. Okay.
So before we
Sorry,
go
you
into
go
this,
first,
like,
Cal,
you know what the crazy thing about Millie Alcock was? I'm fucking tired. So, people said that she's as ugly as the chick from The Last of Us. What's her fucking name?
She's better looking than the chick from The Last of Us, but she's got that sort of face, that the Will Poulter face.
Yeah.
I think, I don't know. It's just that sort of thing. But when it comes to this sequence, so in particular, it's like, oh, James Bond's humiliated. Yeah, but
Yeah,
he eventually
Abby.
overcomes this. Abby, yes. That chick from The Last of Us, the one that says, "I'm gonna be a dad," like that girl. Or they them, because I know that she identifies as a they them or whatever. Oh, we're referring to Abby or the fucking girl, the dad thing. Fuck, Ellie. God, all these actresses look the same, and I was like, God damn it. I'm sorry, guys. I'm actually being confused myself because when I think of those two things, I'm like, they're just terrible looking. Like they're not attractive people. So were you referring to Abby from the game, Cal, or were you referring to Ellie from the Last of Us show?
Ellie.
Okay, so it's Ellie from the Last of Us show, who is fuck that chick. Bella Ramsey, that's it. Bella Ramsey, who identifies as they, them or something. I can't remember. But there's that. But okay, so in this sequence, Bond is a crewman, right? He's an air crewman.
My bad.
He wouldn't really have much training.
My bad. Here, I'll reiterate for it. I'll use the proper pronouns and all. They are fucking ugly. There you go.
Jesus. Okay. I don't know if what her pronouns are because I don't know. I've always assumed it was a she, but whatever. I don't. Whatever. But yeah, Bond eventually overcomes, and after training, he's a much better agent, and he becomes a better spy. He's the only member of the 00 program that works for His Majesty's Secret Service.
Then we meet our two companions that will have to train us for the next months. Number 1, extremely hairy Irish guy, and number 2, blonde famoid. And then we are suffering through a collection of the most basic training arc footage you have ever seen. In the end, we beat up the Irish guy, and as we all know, the Irish only bond over violence, so we become instant best friends after that. And then after all of our training, M shows us that MI6 has a quantum computer in the basement, and that surely won't be a plot point later on. Apparently that quantum computer also guided every single MI6 move has made, and the quantum computer is also infallible and never made a single mistake. And that is also not going to come up later ever again. Don't worry about it. And then we finally get to meet Q, an old but presumably probably gay white guy, and we finally get our Q watch. We then move in with
No. Okay, first off, we don't know he's gay. Okay, you're probably gonna assume that. Fine, whatever. If you're gonna assume that, fine. But the way I've always seen Q in this game is I always think of him as like if James Bond, like if James Bond back in the day became the quartermaster, and like he's just a bit Asperger's when it comes to gadgets now. Because like he's got the suits, he's got the gadgets, he grooms Bonds to be the agent that we know in terms of like his style and his appreciation for watches and all that, and the cars and all that. But like you can't, like, nothing about him screams gay. Does liking fashion mean gay? Shit, I like suits.
Is it just me, or does it seem like you have like more of an issue with what this guy's saying right at the tail end of this shit?
Dude, we're going into this, like, look, when it comes to the graphics and, like, gameplay and, like, fucking, look, dude, let me tell you, when it comes to graphics, gameplay, and all that, I'm very, like, you know, very, very novice, okay? I will concede to that. In terms of gameplay, I will say, you know, there are some issues where, you know, I will, like, I pointed it out, but, you know, overall, I didn't have too much of an issues. We're going into the story and characters. So, like, my Asperger's fucking head is just like popped on. I was fucking streaming this while multitasking with chat, and I didn't catch everything, but I will concede that my brain is like activated when it comes to story, because I love story. I love characters. I love the James Bond universe when it comes to this. So when he's like saying this, I'm like, what about Q streams gay? Does he like fashion? Does liking fashion scream gay? Then shit, I guess James Bond, when he says he likes Anthony Sinclair's Taylor, I guess that means he's gay.
Don't you know, like, there's a bunch of things that make you gay according to some women. You can't order dessert, Tony, because it makes you a gay man, okay? Because only homosexuals order dessert.
Of course.
Yeah.
Of course.
The two other students
handsome and Italian, cause she's
that helped us train, and of course, like any normal denizens of a city, instead of making food on our own, we order some Chinese or Indian crab food instead. Notice the lack of any real game.
Look, he shit talks he shit talks Indian food, but isn't that one of, I could be wrong, but isn't Indian food super popular in the UK, especially in London?
Yeah, Indian food is super popular in the UK. And you know what? In the continuation novels of the James Bond series, Bond had Indian food. Like some of us, like I would have preferred if we have seen Bond's like cooking eggs or something like that. But like Bond has had takeaway food, you know? So I would have preferred if Bond was cooking eggs and shit. That would have been a cool reference to the literary sense, because Bond had a ton of fucking eggs in the books. I swear to God, there is even like a chapter dedicated to like fucking like a.
Then we go through advanced training while having our two companions yap in our ear at all times, which is not annoying at all. And eventually our team of 3 decides to steal the flag for the upcoming event before the event happens in order to get Sunday off, which works out and pisses off Greenway because we outsmarted him. Serves him right for being a stuck-up, annoying little bitch. Finally, we get our first mission, where we accidentally end up stealing someone's girlfriend. Then we beat that guy up in the bathroom, immediately proceed to dump the woman for our contact, and then we beat up the same guy again in the end. All the while flawlessly doing our job as a professional spy. And we still end up getting scolded for being 3 seconds late out the door. Thank you, Greenway. On our way. And now we finally get into our real first mission as a chauffeur, because Greenway doesn't like us. Yeah, that's it. And we are to attend a chess match where a famous traitor 007 agent is going to make an appearance. We are just supposed to track him. Nothing else. What could possibly go wrong? Spoiler, everything goes wrong. Firstly, we get to slowly drive a car up the mountain.
The reason why 009 is coming with that is because he purposely asked Greenway to come in so we can hand over the information. That's the reason why he's coming there. So it's, yes, you're supposed to track him, but at the same time, he's going there to meet Greenway. Indian food was popular when India was a colony, but since the borders opened and London got overrun, now Indian food back on the menu by choice. I mean, India is back on the India by choice. I mean, I like Indian food. Butter chicken, that's some good shit. The tandoori chicken, oh, so good. Some good shit. Fuck, you're making me hungry, chat. Don't do this to me.
Mountain up to the entrance and park it, which is exhilarating gameplay. But then Bond gets bored and spots a fine Aryan gentleman disposing of someone's luggage. That's just normal Aryan activities, but Bond decides this is the time to ignore all orders and do a stupid thing. And he follows the Aryan gentleman into the venue. We then find a convenient press badge hidden in a pot, and that is enough to fool the guards to let us pass through the security scanner, who also doesn't pick up our Q gadgets. Thankfully, we spot the Aryan gentleman immediately and follow him. We then yoink a key off of a staff member distracted by a vacuum cleaner right in front of a security officer's eyes. I guess these guys don't get paid enough to give a shit. Bluffing our way through into the staff area and sneaking past 2 oblivious mates, Bond gets the laundry codes. The Aryan gentleman
don't pay me enough for
the
this
entire security staff in the laundry cellar with $5,000, so we have to kind of expertly move past them like a true spy, because otherwise they would probably have stopped us.
That pun is horrible, Nix.
Tony doesn't want us to talk about food. Hey, to be fair, one of my reviews I did use that. Hold on. I did use that in regards to
you used taco?
Blue Beetle. Hold on. Let me pull out my fucking title for it. I think I got like a bunch of like fuck you comments because like I pissed off a bunch of people being a racist and shit like that, which that was funny. Fuck, let me pull it out. It was but this was like my Blue Beetle review, which was dude. It was so fucking funny. Where is it? Yes. How mid is Blue Beetle? How mid is Blue Beetle? Let's talk about it review. So I did use that as the title of my review.
We then realize that we are actually trailing a literal Agent 47, as this fine Aryan gentleman has not only given us the slip 3 times in a row, he has also changed disguises. Thankfully, on his outfit, Bond finds a room number, very conveniently, so we go exactly to that room, and we also conveniently and immediately find the key card for just that room. What a lucky bastard Bond is. In order to get past the guard, we quickly infect him with malaria or something, so he's out of the way, and we just walk past a staff-only sign in full view of multiple witnesses. Then we sexually harass a woman in her bathroom, all the while jumping out of a window, which magically immediately closes behind us. Essentially, we only find out that the Aryan Agent 47 changed his disguise again. Thankfully, Bond is just too lucky. He's just a lucky bastard, and we immediately find Agent 47, this time disguised as the cook, wheeling a very suspicious set of boxes through security. I guess these guys really aren't getting paid enough to give a shit. Down in the kitchen, apparently nobody gives a shit that we are just running through here, and we meet a mystery Famoid who is totally not going to be relevant later on. We chase Agent 47 to an ancient secret passage in the castle, hidden by the most obvious secret ever, and we confront the Aryan gentleman in the wine cellar. Too bad though, our Irish buddy went in there first, and since he's a white guy and he doesn't have plot armor, he gets murked. And we are really big sad about a guy we knew for less than 20 minutes. Then we beat up the Aryan Agent 47 by throwing 20 different bottles of wine.
Okay, alright. Oh my god. So we have a training montage. You spend time with them at the apartments to get to know these characters, okay?
So the assumption, even though I haven't played the game, the assumption is that you've known them for longer.
So you get introduced to them at the training montage. You then fight Monroe, and then you eventually spend time with them at the apartment, and then this is the first big mission. All right. So after you have that mission before with the nightclub, then you transition to this mission, and like it's supposed to be like, I do feel bad for the guy because like as soon as he said we have all the time in the world, it's like, god damn, you're gonna die, but hats off to you, bro.
I'm a day away from retirement.
It's supposed to be like a tragic thing. Yeah, but like I do feel like he's like, oh, why should I give a shit? It's like, well, you got to spend time with them in the apartment and all that.
I'm a day away. What was it? I'm a day away from retirement. My wife's pregnant.
Yeah. Damn. 2 days away from retirement. I just got out of the academy and was 2 days away from retirement.
My wife just told me she's pregnant. Fuck, you're dead.
I just got married back home. I need to find my wife.
I mean, you joke about it, but like that's like in movies, if you hit it, those are fucking death flags.
It is the cliche. It is the cliche where it's like you're fucking dead.
At his head. But oh no, not only is there an active bomb in the wine cellar, it turns out Agent 47 has an identical Aryan twin. We end up beating them both back and defuse the bomb, but it turns out the bomb had an identical Aryan twin and we still blow up. We then end up chasing 007, the guy we think is responsible for all of this carnage, with totally obviously, of course he's responsible for all of this. It's totally not going to turn out to be some obvious twist later on. After some semi-interesting car chase, we get to finally excise our Second Amendment right. Only this is the UK, so anyway, we get to kill people. Thankfully, every enemy neatly stacks up right next to high explosive tanks and barrels, and we canonically know that Bond never gets hit by bullets, unless it's the main villain. Anyway, we just essentially massacre all of these goons and get onto that plane. Hijacking the plane's altitude controls, we throw the poor goons around a little bit more before we get sadly flung out of the plane, and then we end up hijacking a parachute, but at least we managed to track the plane by obviously pinning the Q-Watch to a wall, which is not going to be noticed by anyone flying the plane. At the funeral of our Irish buddy, we learned that not only have...
Let's just pause a sec. So 009 is in the plane, right? There's probably one more co-pilot with him, but for the sake of it, let's just say it's by himself. He would have noticed that, okay? Now, in terms of like the tracking mistake, he is fucking riding the plane as shit is like outside, all right? And he wanted to meet with Greenway, so he probably kept the tracking device so he can get to that fucking middle in the desert sort of area. And that's why he set up all those traps and bombs and all that, so that only Greenway could find him. That's probably why. But again, whatever. What do I know? Anyway, I do like the most of it's actually quite nice.
Our other companions died from our unit. Our female Famoid is also in a wheelchair now, and after that scene she gets wheeled out of the door, and we never see or hear from her ever again for the entire rest of the game. And thus, it's modern game developers once again discriminating against my fellow wheelchair-bound kid. Truly despicable. But it makes sense though, because most of these characters were whiteys, so they just had to go. Only Bond remains. Let's see if he survived.
All right, hold on.
Dude's
Time
grasping
out
at
again.
straws here. I swear.
Time out again. There's one annoying character who's fucking annoying that if you go to my live stream, I did point out how annoying they were. But she's a African American woman, or an African British woman in this case. I don't know. She's of color, and she's annoying. All right. Guess what? She dies off fucking screen. She gets blown up off screen. And you know what?
I'm not retiring,
Fucking
Master Gawa.
Oh, Cal's never gonna retire. He's gonna die on here.
Oh, I'm gonna be making videos till I'm, I don't know how old.
But a majority of the cast who was like the recruits who were minorities ended up fucking dying. You know, they weren't cut out for the business. But Bond, he was able to survive and he was pursued. And it's like, oh, cool.
A potential sequel game. At the same ceremony, we also meet an obviously, ambiguously, not totally evil mastermind in the body of a tech billionaire that built the quantum computer AI in the basement of MI6 headquarters. Yeah, that's totally not going to turn out to be our main villain for this game.
Yeah,
no. After saying some totally
in
not
terms
evil
of, like, video
AI
games,
build.
Uncharted 3 is probably like the best one. It is the high standard when you have a high diving scene. But this, when I was playing the game, I wasn't really thinking of like Uncharted. I was thinking of fucking Moonraker, where you have to dive after this one bad guy, where James Bond is diving after this one bad guy to get his fucking parachute. It just felt more like that than just than Uncharted. Like, sure, it's cool, but it's nothing. It's nothing
stuff to
like,
us. He leaves for some time.
I know all about your exploits in Iceland. Most impressive. I couldn't do nothing. Yes, I know the feeling. People really are capable of the most extraordinary things. Bond, I should be interested to see what you do next.
And we get teamed up with our mentor, who is kind of the only remaining guy from the unit that's still alive. We get teamed up with Greenway, forced to work together on our next mission. Well, that
MI6 agents who are like in hiding after that, which I'm like, fair enough and all that, because Moneypenny does address it, but at the same time, let's be honest, it's just a convenient way to get Bond and Greenway.
Yeah.
should be interesting. We go to some godforsaken shithole in Africa led by a militant pirate king, and once again we get forced to drive around and listen to Greenway yap in our ear, followed by following Greenway until we get into an intro cutscene introducing our two men of interest in this mission, Blue Guy and Yellow Guy. Both of them have no fashion sense. We need to get into an auction to get close to our Blue Guy, so we just need to make a quick 100,000 bucks. No problem in the middle of nowhere in Africa. We do it, one, by stealing an art theft operation for some paramilitary outlet and also basically annihilating that paramilitary outlet.
There are multiple ways to do this.
Your way right now. They're close. Get ready.
What was that?
What do we have here?
So all of Africa. Yeah, Master Guy, I agree. All of Africa.
Oh, this is gonna be my favorite mission. I loved Resident Evil 5.
Hardest difficulty, by the way.
So, hold on. Complains that the whole enemies have headshot, like helmets on. They're immune to headshots. There's enemies without headshots. You instantly take them down. What? Really? All right, cool. Sure. Whatever. Okay, just go on. Go on about your video, mate.
Oh my god.
Then we
Dude, I'm
scam
running
a
on
scammer.
fucking fumes here.
Middle cut. What? I don't
Do
understand.
you want to like
How did you do that?
Then?
No catch, yeah?
Huh?
Do you want to do a 1.5 speed, or do you want to like end it here?
I'm gonna one.
Jewel. Arden. Hand it over. No! No way! You cheated! You set me up! Give me the jewel. Is there a problem here, Ada? No problem, gentlemen. In fact, my new friend here was just about to let me collect my winnings.
And finally, we get into a fight club. First by literally throwing a fighter off the roof to prove our point, and then beating on some literal sandbags. Highest difficulty, by the way. After the fight, we meet the personification of a living drywall. If you don't know who this is supposed to be, good. It's better that way. With the money paid on the way, while walking to the auction, walking and talking, we also see that the Pirate King, for some reason, has the Jaguar Model 0 in his arsenal for no real reason. So you're telling me a guy with that much money in Africa somewhere has one of the ugliest electric cars in the world in his garage, prominently displayed by a company that went woke and went broke and rebranded into a disgusting progressive shitpile. Yes, of course. Yeah, sure. That's believable. Yeah, obviously. It just goes to show that our Pirate King here really has no sense of style. We then get involved in an auction and we nearly get outbid by a Femoid Tsar, but we eventually win against even the Indian Might, and we also end up winning the auction.
Pause. It's not outbidding due to that. It's because they're not selling. It's not. Bond went in with the intention of it's going to be a normal money sell, but it's not. It's based off information, trade routes, all that. So basically, he went into it like, okay, it's a simple money. So like $10 million. But then he's told that it is not $10 million. And then he quickly pivots that, and then he's able to use information that he knows, like, okay, because if it's information trading, he sells information.
We then bully Blue Guy into helping us, and he points us into the direction of where 009 is hiding. Greenway ends up taking a different path to 007, while we end up reducing the world's Somalian pirate population by about 2%.
Damn, he's taking down enemies pretty good.
Yeah.
I think I got through this relatively easily. Stealthily, so pretty neat. Damn, he's just mowing down enemies. Yo! Phase through the wall.
To that, you need to figure out some clues, which all kind of end up with you looking through a telescope and spying a freighter in the distance. However, this is one of those sections where you cannot just use the telescope first. No. You need to go through every clue in order until the game lets you use the telescope to progress. Nice programming, developers. The game even lets you use the telescope and zooms in onto the freighter when you do it, but the game won't progress until you've looked at every other clue in the room. Great. Well done. We then get captured by the pirates, who also managed to get onto the boat silently and without triggering any of the invisible laser traps. So the pirates can also help.
I know. Big sad.
Wait, what?
YouTube removed the clip function. That's what Nick says.
Blue Guy gets fed to alligators, and Greenway drops a sick beatboxing solo to impress the Pirate King.
Get them out of there! Now!
Which gets us out of trouble, and we are instantly cool with the guy after I killed half of his men. We then drive the car again for more talking and walking sections. We also drive that same car up a rickety-ass freighter ship, which is not designed to be driven on with a car. No idea what was going through the heads of the developers who coded this sequence, but it looks goofy as hell. After some more epic parkour, we get a fat stack of evidence from 009. It turns out he was never the bad guy trader. Shocking, and we all thought he was. What a surprise. Also, Greenway was one of his old partners. Then some guy do ambush us, and Bond gets to do some more cool stuff for like 10 minutes before we get surrounded and forced into the next cutscene, where out of nowhere, the pirates show up and bail us out, because I guess they were able to track our location. Too bad we had to use the explosive evidence suitcase to defend ourselves, with the evidence still inside the suitcase. Greenway, you could have taken the evidence out of the suitcase before throwing it away, but whatever. So we effectively have no evidence, and in the next mission we get told that's essentially it. We get sent home without evidence, and Bond is all sad and mopey about it, up to the point where he immediately gets ambushed in his own house, which gets him all excited again, because now Bond gets to hand out brain trauma to. to some more goons again. Not after suffering through a long-ass sequence of driving Greenway to the pub though. Can't go without some more driving sequences and some more walking sequences. snipers. Then Bond fights the worst sniper in the history of all snipers and turns out to be our Aryan friend again. He ends up dropping us from a roof without checking if we actually died from the impact, which we didn't, and we promptly follow him into a big gala event. In the gala, we acquire a press pass and a camera.
Like,
again, the camera we are not allowed.
What'd you say?
Like, he did check, but like, he did check if we were dead, but what do you want him to do? Like, slide down to like double check, because he just looked over and he didn't see us. So like,
out to take from any of the photographers running around, but only 2 specific cameras we pick up, and 1 specific press pass we
Yeah,
allowed to
it's
swipe.
fair.
Then some dweebs who think they're cool try to stop us from accessing the CCTV footage to figure out where the Aryan gentleman is going to, so we promptly beat the shit out of everyone in the security office.
Simon says don't get up. Take it easy.
What happened? Are they okay?
I found him like this. I even checked for a pulse. Twice. Very responsible of me.
All right, then. I've got it from here.
Right. Well, I'll see myself out.
I want to find Murto's CCTV.
Fight! And get that CCTV footage. It turns out that Aryan Agent 47 is in the basement, and that's where we face him. And wouldn't you know it, the game prevents us from doing any sort of melee finishers on him. The game just goes, not allowed to do that. So we have to lure him into obvious traps until he keels over and dies after making contact with Poseidon's trident. Violent. Poseidon's trident is not a euphemism. We literally put him onto spikes. Meeting the mystery Femoid again, who is also at the gala for some reason, we then proceed to down an entire glass of liquor that was handed to us by a suspicious long-haired guy we just met. Bond, didn't you get told to not accept open drinks from strangers in spy training? In general, you should never accept open drinks from anyone at an event unless it's the bartender or the staff, and even then you should maybe be careful. Anyway, obviously we end up getting drugged and wake up chained to a chair.
It's
not before
Bond.
learning that evil AI tech billionaire also has made evil AI tech billionaire robots that are totally not going to be evil. Modern game dev studios trying to not make the villain an evil AI tech billionaire. Challenge impossible. I bet they thought themselves really smart and intelligent when they came up with that story beat. Anyway, we wake up in chains and learn the weird long-haired guy is the son of the evil tech billionaire. So there's 2 evil white guys now, an old one and a crazy one. That's good. That's good. That's not at all cliche or anything. You then need to keep the crazy billionaire son provoked so you can hack his phone. James gets beaten up repeatedly, all the while baiting and trolling the long-haired idiot who for some reason keeps coming back to beat us up. By the way, this billionaire son will turn out to be so much more of a ridiculously funny dumbass character. Just wait. Just wait. It gets way worse. Anyway, Bond doesn't have a single scar on his face after getting beaten within an inch of his life, and of course, we end up escaping alongside Mystery Femoid. We also drive a literal dump truck to Greenway's location, end up picking him up, and begin the next mission. With our buddy Greenway, we infiltrated the evil billionaire's big tech building, a wholly boring, asinine mission with progression blocks everywhere and Greenway yapping in your ear at every single second. This is probably the worst mission in the entire game. Also another mission where you cannot proceed out of order. The game literally refuses to let you climb a simple ledge until you do the required steps and have Greenway do his thing, and then and only then are you allowed to climb the ledge and proceed.
This can be yeah.
Fletcher, security office.
I agree with Tony. He's Bond. He's the only one allowed to roofie people. Exactly, of course.
What the fuck? Didn't he hear us? Fight! 90% of this area is literally walking around, hacking doors, and letting Greenway through those doors. It's mind-bogglingly boring. Finally, we find the big boss's main penthouse evil office. We also meet Mystery Femoid again, who ends up helping us out. We figure out an evil puzzle in an evil lair of the evil tech billionaire, and we uncover his evil tech billionaire secrets. And then the evil tech billionaire and his son walk into the office. And usually, Bond would be able to take on both of them without trouble. But in this case, the game demands you sneak past them unless you want to be faced with a forced death cutscene. Great game design. We sneak into the main server area and do a big hack. As in, Bond knocks out a bunch of oblivious idiots while Greenway is doing the actual hacking.
Yeah, classic. Just all right.
And there we find the big reveal. Yes, the big billionaire daddy sends his idiot son to correct the mistakes that the quantum supercomputer makes. As you know, AI bad and also AI stupid, but even funnier is the fact that this dude's son is some sort of super spec ops giga-chat agent that can correctly manipulate world events and scenarios so they fit the story the supercomputer hallucinated. Yeah, Damien, the son of the evil mastermind, is apparently a super spy that just shows up in foreign countries and makes the supercomputer's predictions into a reality. And apparently that worked for years without the MI6 ever noticing anything every single time. The level of incompetence is immeasurable, but it makes sense if you think about who is heading MI6 at the moment. Just saying. I think this is something unintentionally hilarious about the game that developers probably...
No, hold on. Like, the guy is clearly well connected, so probably he is... he's probably got his own spec ops guys to go to each location after the fact, to like plant evidence and all that, to clean up the mess. So that kind of makes sense, and I get it. They're gonna be like, oh, well, MI6 would be fooled and all that. Well, when you got results and all that, when you got the results done, it's like, it is what it is. But like, I'm pretty sure like again, it is very much like a Minority Report situation where some of this may be actionable intelligence and some may be not, you know? I don't, and also, yes, this is under M's sort of thing, but again, could you put it up on her? Sure, I suppose, but it is probably more like a political thing.
Did not want to avoid. We then get to shoot more idiots and flee the scene, but without the evidence. And we return to MI6 without evidence again. And I gotta say, Moneypenny looks even more goofy without glasses and makeup on. Please put the glasses back on, that looks better on you. Anyway, Bond gets stunned by a secret coffee maker secret passage. For some reason, the spy gets still surprised by the fact that the spy headquarters has secret passages. Then he gets scolded by Big M for dishonoring the IDF, dishonoring the crown. But at least she sends us right into the next mission to bring big billionaire guy down.
No, she's not, she's upset. She's like, listen, you're probably right, but you should have got evidence and all that. You need to make sure of it about this. But I'm still gonna trust you. So I'm sending you to Vietnam and all that to do this. And honestly, I want to see him like fucking shitpost this mission because it's the best mission of the game, bar none.
For good. Essentially, we will intercept his son when he tries to correct the quantum computer's next mistake. And for that, we are sent to Vietnam, where the frame rate goes to shit. We plant 3 bugs onto potential victims in order to monitor them, and then we meet our Bond girl, who obviously turns out to be a marine biologist that tries to reverse climate change with mutated algae. A modern game is nothing without a little bit of climate change virtue signaling. Right, guys?
Maybe his PC should just dog
There's this particular strain of algae called Chlorella vulgaris that absorbs more CO2 than any other plant on the planet.
Okay, this is just a slight bit, and clearly Bond just does not really give a
strain I'm
shit.
developing, which will be our most potent weapon against climate change.
Cringe.
At the evening party, we need to pass a bow tie tying minigame. Yes, a bow tie tying minigame. I did not misspeak. If you fail that, Bond instantly dies from traumatic embarrassment. It's funny now that I actually end up saying it. Yes, you need to actually pass a bow tie tying minigame in a 007 game. And as expected, it's obviously the Bond girl that becomes the target. What else would it ever be? And we finally end up meeting the identical clone of Aryan 847 and put him down, and we rest ever be. And we finally, and as expected, it's obviously the Bond girl that becomes the target. What else would it ever be? And we finally end up meeting the identical clone of Aryan 847 and put him down, and we rescue the girl. But oh no, we get knocked out and we wake up in some mine where Damien shows up looking like an edgy idiot. He tries to execute us, but then we get sniper support from Greenway, and we end up driving an actual excavation transporter through the mine, flattening everything and bringing parts of the entire mine down as we do so. So everything that was in front of us and everything that we drove through is a smoking pile of rubble behind us. However, as soon as Greenway hops out of the vehicle, he gets shot by one dude that teleported behind us for...
apparently there's going to be a streamer mode where they'll block the titties, Tony. For Hellraiser.
Well, I'm glad that they thought of that.
dramatic effect. So he's basically dead by now. Movie
Hellraiser. Oh, okay.
Yeah, so they announced it that there would be a streamer mode, so that it'll block out the it'll remove the nip
rules. Anyway, Greenway tells us to
goody.
Go on and kill Damien while he's holding back the others. So he's totally gonna be dead. We then proceed to beat up Damien, who drugs himself with the T-virus or something, but he gets virtually countered by a simple brick to the face and some stage lights.
That's a funny glitch. That's pretty funny.
Learning to pull your punches, James.
In the end, we do the Dead Space execution on Damien's face and drop a bunch of blue pipes on his head. And he's dead.
Stick a needle in your eye.
It's been fun. I'm gonna have to break this off.
My only criticism with this should have been a black
Then
bow tie.
Greenway dies, so we don't have to hear his yapping anymore. Finally, back at HQ, we get told all to stand down and let the evil billionaire get away with it, which is obviously not going to happen. So Bond goes rogue and makes off to finish the evil AI tech guy once and for all. And we get some support from the mystery Femoid, who gets us into a freaking submarine to get us to the Arctic. Naturally, the evil genius tech billionaire has his lair in the Arctic. After a long-ass climbing section, we yoink 2 armbands of employees in order to take the cable car up to the big evil lair in the mountains. Some uneventful infiltration later, after dealing with some highly trained elite soldiers that are incapable of hearing shots or fighting for more than 10 meters away, we get to the bridge and get to the access control for the second quantum supercomputer. Yeah, it turns out the evil tech genius actually had 2 supercomputers. One is at MI6, and the other one is mirroring everything at the secret evil lair. Bond intends to shut it down after getting actual evidence this time. And yeah, it turns out the evil AI tech billionaire had the AI supercomputer come up with plans to overthrow the British government. I guess that should be evidence enough. More shooting dimwit enemies later. We now have to deal with the big evil AI tech billionaire robots that are invulnerable to bullets. However, they are not invulnerable to explosions and being rolled over by some big ass remote controlled demolition ball. Then the mystery Famoid shoots the evil bad tech billionaire after he showed us that all of the evidence is linked to his life sign armband. So if he dies, all the evidence is gone again. But fear not, nobody seems to give a shit about that aspect of the game anymore. Bond chases after the mystery Famoid in a boat and ends up shooting the AI quantum core, effectively destroying it. So now nobody gets what they wanted. The big AI supercomputer is dead, the tech billionaire is dead, his son is dead, the mystery Famoid is in custody, and we are also in custody. End of story, yeah? Nope. Think again. This game doesn't know when it needs to end. It turns out MI6 gets randomly attacked by goons that are suddenly teleporting into the building everywhere. Also, M walks out of the scene, and literally 5 seconds after that, the entire building is on lockdown and overrun by goons, but somehow M is totally fine. I guess you can also teleport around. Would make sense. Anyway, mystery Famoid gets away again, and good old James defends the MI6 against whoever is attacking them. Also, one of the news guys that you met like 3 times in the game is dead, and that's supposed to be like a tragic event for some reason. More shooting and climbing later, we find Moneypenny in the core room of the quantum computer with no one else but Damien. Yep, he's not dead. He's been turned into some cyborg guy, and he promptly makes off with the other AI core, not after stabbing Moneypenny in the stomach with a knife though. Now with one layer of clothing less, Bond goes after cyborg Damien, turning the entirety of QLab into a hellscape for the goons, and also we get to drive a cool Bond car for 5 seconds until it gets blown up by Damien. Also for some reason, when chasing after the bad guy who is currently escaping with the MacGuffin, Bond refuses to break out into anything besides a light jog, well, until the game decides
bring
now
it
it's
back
time to
for
run.
like a
Also, did you think the
DLC or
gadgets would work in
something.
this chase sequence, seeing as you basically get the
Right, I
superpowered
guess.
Q-Watch
Oh,
from
no,
the
it's a
game.
free
Well, of course
update.
not. You're running a
Oh, it's
Damien
free
who's sitting
update?
behind a
Never
falling
mind.
gate,
You get
and
to
you have
use
ample
that.
opportunity to pull out Q-Watch and do something, but nope, that's not what the game has intended for you. You cannot target him with the Q-Watch, and none of the gadgets work in that sequence, so you just get to watch as Damien shuts the gate on your face and escapes. However, we still get to him. It all culminates in a horrifically boring boss fight in which Damien is immune to any of your Q-Watch devices, but you can still damage him by using the environment, which the game forces you to do so. No other solution to this fight, only the dev-approved tactic is allowed. Damien still refuses to die after that, so you shoot him with his own turrets, and Damien is very happy to not only provide 1 turret, but 2 of them to destroy his face. You would think after we used the 1 turret to shoot his armor off, he would stop using a remote control turret on us, but no, he still does so. It just had to be the most generic endgame boss design you have ever seen. Like, no modern slop game is complete without a disappointing final boss. In the end, you and Damien drown, and that's it for Bond. Unfortunately, you end up getting rescued by the mystery Famoid, who immediately absconds with the AI core, setting up a sequel where the original white straight Bond will die and be replaced by a gay black disabled woman who will end up dating mystery Famoid in the end. That's my prediction for the sequel. I halfway expected to still be ambushed in the final cutscene, starting another agonizing mission, but no, that's it for the game. So far at least, unless you want to waste more time in the tech sim for some reason. And that's 007 First Light. One of the games of all time, for sure. Don't pay full price for this shit, please. Just get it at a 75% discount or sail the high seas, whatever floats your boat. This stuff is not worth the asking price. 100%. Hope you found this informative or at least entertaining. And with that, I will see you next time for...
What'd you think, Tony?
Okay, in terms of a review, look, I want to check out his other stuff because I think that the story-wise, I had the most issues with it in terms of like all that. In terms of gameplay, graphics, and all that, sure. I mean, fair enough. I can't really speak to that, but in terms of story, I disagree. In terms of characters, I disagree. But hey, listen, he is doing it for comedic effect. But in terms of like gameplay wise, graphics wise, fair enough. But I don't know. In terms of the story wise, I don't agree with him. 8 out of 10 video. He hit a lot of the points quite well. Well, I'm glad you enjoyed the video, Nix. Personally, I'm just like, yeah. I mean, the first half of the video, I'm like, I have grabs with it, but okay, sure. I can concede that certain points on the game.
I mean, at least it wasn't like, or at least it wasn't making you as crazy as what was it, Quasar?
Quasar ranting for vengeance, like those are just terrible fucking like with Quasar, I need to see more of his stuff. But like, I don't know, the fact that he said like, "Oh, Metro is gonna be like the Nazis are bad," like in a Metro game, no. But yeah. Anyway, do you want to like sign off, Cal? Because I know that you're probably gonna pass out after.
Oh yeah,
like
dude,
this.
I'm fucking tired. So let me just hit that. Remember to like, comment, subscribe. We'll most likely be here next week. This is
I'll
Cal.
be streaming. And I'm Tony. I'll probably be streaming this week. And I'll be streaming with Espiritu on Tuesday night. So stay tuned for that. And yeah, it's been fun hanging with you guys. Thank you, Cal, for hosting another episode of Fight the Hype. It's been an absolute pleasure. And furry costume reveal when? Fuck you, Nix. I don't have a fucking furry costume, you bastard. Fuck you, Cal, for like.
I've seen the
pushing that on
DMs.
these
It's
guys
true.
Bullshit. You got nothing on me, Cal. You got nothing on me. Even if you're trying to push the shirts on people and stickers, apparently. But honestly, it's a pleasure, guys, to hang out with you guys. And thank you, Cal, for hosting once again.
No problem.
All right. Take care, everyone.
See y'all.